Mōrena koutou, timata tātou ki tēnei hui, ki te Karakia whakatūwhera, kia hora te marino. So just welcome, and just before we start, we'll open our meeting with Karakia, kia hora te marino. Me e noi tātou. Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapa pou ngāmu te moana. Hei huarahi mā tātou i te rangi nei. Aroha atu, aroha mai, tātou ia tātou katoa, tūturi whakatū. May the peace be widespread, may the sea be like greenstone, a pathway for us all this day. Give love, receive love. Let us show respect for one another, bind us together. Kia ora. E nā rangatira e te tiamana o te kaunihira te matua Māui, e te tiamana tuarua, e nā kai kaunihira, e te kai whakahaere mātua, e nā kai whakahaere, e nā kaimahi, e nā manuhire, e te whare utu nei hei hono tangata, e mihi ana ahau kia koutou. So just an acknowledgement from me to our Chair of the Regional Council, to our Deputy Chair, to our councillors, and then also to our CE, our SLT, and then our staff, and also our visitors here today. Just want to also make two acknowledgements just to the Vogler whānau. We have a member of staff, Chloe Wakeford, who is part of our ICT team, and Opa Peter Vogler passed on the weekend, who has had his family, his whānau, have had a lot to do in the horticulture sector here in Hawke's Bay, New Zealand, but also back in the Netherlands in hort and ag, and have had probably with the Waito whānau, our whānau, a connection of over 30 years. So just want to show our respects to that family, moi mai rā e ngā rangatira. And then also just acknowledgement to our GM of Corporate Services, to Pipakona, and also to governance, to Leanne, who have helped us through this agenda that we're working through here today, and all of our reports, and then the reports from our staff as well. And then there, ko Conrad Waito Tukawingwa, I am the Deputy Chair of the Finance, Audit, Risk and Emergency, but also sitting in as the Chair on this occasion for this of our first meeting. And so I look forward to running through there. Housekeeping, if we could just have our mobile phones on to mute, and also those joining us on line to have your videos or your sound on mute, and raise your hand for any partai online. This meeting is being live streamed on the Council Facebook page. Like and subscribe to that Council Facebook page, and recorded for viewing on later YouTube channel. So please subscribe to our YouTube channel, Hawke's Bay Regional Council. In an earthquake, drop cover and hold. If the shaking is long, strong, when it subsides, leave the building and head to your next exits. Proceed immediately up towards Napier Hill, towards along Dalton Street, Tiffin Park, and then continue up the steps to Cameron Road. In an evacuation, emergency alarm will sound. Immediately evacuate the building through the nearest exits and proceed to the assembly area, and that's on the grass of Dalton and Vautier Streets. Emergency exits are clearly signposted. Wharepaku and our toilets are just out of our chamber, and to your right, tānei wahine for the wharepaku. Apologies. Do we have any apologies for today? Just Councillor Hokianga. I haven't received any.
I haven't.
Okay.
Might be running late. I understand that Councillor Rodley was coming in online. Are we having some technical difficulties? No?
I've resent her the link, and I'll just wait and see if she turns up. I know that they're having trouble getting the side screen working, but that's the only Only thing I'm aware of.
Do you want me to move those?
I suppose we could proactively put in apology for time-saving cases.
Yeah.
Running late.
So we'll just make that apology for Councillor Hokianga, and we know that Councillor Rowley will join us soon, so I'll move that the apologies for the absence at this time. Second, thank you. Conflicts of interest. So we're now at number 2, conflicts of interest. Are there any declarations of conflict of interest? Thank you, Councillor Parsons. And just if you could just state for us, just state.
Sure. So I will be excusing myself when you talk about the Ombudsman investigation, being that I'm a complainant and it needs to be done in secrecy, so I shouldn't really be privy to that, so I'll leave the room when you tell me to. And please tell me to come back when I'm allowed to.
Now's a good time.
I brought my Kindle just in case.
Thank you, Councillor Parsons. Any other? Wonderful. Before we move into our first agenda item, I'm just going to ask Pip to say a few words and do an introduction.
Kia ora. Thank you, Conrad. Kia ora, councillors, and welcome to our very first Finance, Audit, Risk and Emergency Committee meeting for the triennium and also of 2026. This is a new agenda for this committee, an extended agenda. We're bringing in finance and emergency management into scope. So to help with the flow of this conversation, we have split our papers up into the respective topics. In previous committees, they were in one big paper, and I think it's a bit more beneficial and helpful for you to have them separated in this way. Some of these papers are longer than they will normally be, but we have taken some time to set the context and ensure that you all have the same level of background understanding of the topics that we'll be raising today, just to help you with your governance duties and the decision making that you have in front of you. In particular, I'd like to acknowledge today that we'll be introducing you to our new risk and assurance team. That is a new shared service that we operate now with Napier City Council. This team has been in place since just before Christmas, so they'll be coming along to introduce themselves to you and how that function intends to operate alongside Napier going forward. So I look forward to that discussion. The format for this meeting will be that for each agenda item, we'll bring up the paper author or the subject matter expert to the front of the room. They will introduce the topic, highlight the key items that they want to make sure that you understand and draw attention to, and then they will be ready to take your questions or points of clarification. Finally, I would just like to note that across my team, we do have an ethos of continuous improvement. So as we establish and continue to evolve this committee, I do welcome your feedback as to how we can improve the information that we're bringing to you, be it what's on the agenda or the level of detail that we're providing in those papers. We want to make sure that this is an effective forum for you to execute your governance responsibilities and to make really good decisions. So if you've got feedback, I do welcome that, and you can direct that to me. And with that, and without further ado, we have a busy agenda, so I will pass back to the chair to start us off.
Kia ora, Pip. Thank you. Well, we're going back to Pip. 3.1, page 5 of your report, terms of reference.
Thank you. Item 3.1 recommends a change to the terms of reference for this particular committee. During the course of our recruitment for an independent chair, we were reviewing this in detail and noticed an error at section 1.8, which originally stated that this committee had governance oversight for the implementation of the CDEM transformation strategy. That is not correct. This committee has, that authority resides with the Joint Committee and also the KEG. This committee's accountability is specifically relating to HBRC and our role as the administering authority of CDEM and the role that we play in supporting the CDEM Group in the event of an emergency. As such, we have made a recommendation on page 6 of your, it's page 1 of, it's the attachment, at 1.8 to state that the purpose of the Finance, Audit, Risk and Emergency Committee is to provide governance, oversight and monitoring of implementation of administrating authority functions of the Hawke's Bay CDEM Transformation Strategy and the Hawke's Bay Civil Defence Emergency Management Office.
Wonderful. Thank you, Pip. I'll now open for questions. Councillor Curtin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have significant issues to do with the statements of staff around the meaning of governance. It's my view that we do have a governance function to play, and every piece of rating that we make, we rate for the funds, and therefore we need to have a measure of governance on every piece of expenditure, as we do with any other pass-throughs that we make, for example, to external organisations, Tourism Hawke's Bay in the past, etc. But to help facilitate the conclusion of the terms of reference, I've got a recommendation, alternate recommendation to make, and these are they. I'm suggesting that we avoid notion of governance by shifting the itemised purposes that we've identified there by saying that 1.9 goes to 1.8, 1.10 goes to 1.9, and 1.11 goes to 1.10. So a shift upwards of those, and inserting the word "and" after 1.10, and recrafting what is currently at 1.8 by saying to monitor instead of it avoids the governance notion, to monitor the effectiveness and performance of HB CDEM in delivering its civil defence and emergency group plan. So essentially saying our role in this committee, and we've made a particular point around introducing oversight of emergency management, we take the role of monitoring the performance of CDEM and producing over time a framework which enables us to monitor effectively what the CDEM's performance is. So that's my alternate recommendations, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Sess.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Yeah, I think we need to do some work here to be really clear on what we're doing, and we specifically brought the emergency management piece into this because right back from when I first came on and I jumped on your bandwagon, we were really unclear and uncertain as to what our role was and where our monitoring role sat. So can we just unpick a little bit our pieces and then work out, because I think it might be a whole separate recommendation on top of what's there as well, Councillor Curtin. I think the 1.7, I think really captures the piece that we all talked about around the internal emergency management activities and business continuity. So I'm assuming under that we would see things like a paper on how our telemetry upgrade was exactly. We'd see internal functions related to emergency management or business continuity planning dealt with under that. Then I see 1.8 as implementation of functions of the Hawke's Bay CDEM Transformation Strategy, and civil defence emergency management is again specific pieces that we have responsibility for under the transformation strategy. I can't think off the top of my head what that might be, but within the strategy we might have a role to have a plan for something, right?
Which we do.
And then I think maybe what we need is number 3, because you're right, we can't govern, but we can monitor. When I look at the paper, and Haniwa, I really want to understand, we talked about this last term when you just brought the strategy in, and you talked about how it would go to maybe a dash, traffic light system or something, which is I think where the committee's moving now, bringing that into this committee. So we were seeing how it was tracking, and then we saw a line to that in this. But I'm still not sure exactly how we view or monitor that transformation strategy. And I wondered if what we see in 4.10 is definitely towards it. And I really like the way it's included the minutes from CDEM. So I'm quite keen to keep the two we've got and simply craft a new one around, as you've just said, to monitor the strategy. But Haniwa, do you remember we talked about it at the end of last term?
Yeah, the chair, is that a question to the chair to me?
Yeah, through the chair, of course.
Chair.
Yeah. Is that okay?
Aye,
Thank you.
absolutely, yep.
So what I recall with the dashboard is that there's some way that it comes back to council. And so I think what you're proposing is through this committee to have a monitoring function over the dashboard of how the strategy is progressing.
Yes.
Question?
Yep, councillor.
Yeah. This might be more to Nick, but either Nick or Pip, that's okay, through you, Chair. Are there any other activities in which the regional council collects a fund on behalf of the region? And so we have an administrative, a financial way of collecting that for the region, and then how we monitor those activities and programs. Do we have other examples?
Through you, Chair, off the top of my head, certainly we do around biodiversity or in any situation where we offer grants or subsidies to other organisations. So, for instance, we fund Hawke's Bay biodiversity. And I'm just going to check with the GMs if they've got any other obvious ones.
Matariki.
There's some functions in the RTC that operate exactly the
Oh,
same
yeah.
way.
Oh, yeah, and Matariki, we have done in the past for Reader, etc. Yeah, so we do that.
I think just to follow up, I think we should be consistent. If this is about being able to fund an activity and then having the right monitoring process over those activities in line with being the funder of them, but not necessarily the legal governing body to do so.
If it would help you, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to talk you through the role of the administering authority, which is the role of the regional council. So the regional council as an administering authority, we are responsible for providing administration, employment, and those sort of services to the Civil Defence and Emergency Management Group. So I absolutely think it is right and proper that this council needs assurance that in carrying out that function, that money is being utilised effectively and responsibly. In terms of what is achieved by Civil Defence and transformation and what they do in terms of implementation of the group plan, the legislation's really clear. That runs through the coordinating executive group and up to the joint committee. And the joint committee is represented by this council through the chair, who is also the chair of the joint committee. So I think there are subtly different roles for this council. You want to ensure your money's being spent properly and that Civil Defence's group office has spent the money appropriately. But you would be getting into more difficult ground if you were trying to monitor the overall effectiveness of the civil defence system, which comprises not just this council, it includes fire and emergency, police, ambulance, etc., etc. And that governance role and effectiveness and assurance role is really clearly set out in the civil defence legislation to run through the joint committee.
Chair.
Councillor
Thank you. Look, I think the intent always has been, and I contest the issue as to whether we have the capacity or ability to monitor the performance of CDEM. The amendment to the terms of reference is very constraining in that it only considers those aspects of service delivery around the administering authority. And in my view, we need to have a more broad brush approach to this, which includes not only the performance of the administering authority, us, our internal processes, that's a given, but we also need to have some oversight, some monitoring and some feedback opportunity to the delivery of services by the group, in particular the group plan, the civil defence plan, and we need to have some sort of framework in place, probably mirroring the internal one that the group has, so that we have line of sight on it and can make comment to, particularly to our representative, the chair, on it, and make considerations. We simply can't be in the same position we were in 2021, 22, 23, where, and I will quote Mr. Chair, the GEC was chaos, no organisation initially, no focus, no structure, people everywhere, no disaster plans, people working in silos from the report. So we can't afford that going forward. That's the whole purpose of considering, having this committee consider and monitor. So we need to move on. There's no barrier to us actually monitoring and feeding back, and I suggest that we incorporate that capacity within the scope of this committee.
Thank you. Councillor Sears.
Kia ora,
Oh,
thank-
sorry.
Okay, I was actually just
Councillor
100% agreeing with what Neil's got to say. I think it's really, really important that we take action based on the past.
I'll go to Councillor Sears.
Kia ora,
and then-
thank you, through you, Chair. I'm not disagreeing with Councillor Curtin's sentiment at all. I'm trying to think of the way to provide the monitoring that we're looking for, given that as we state, the governance responsibility lies with the Joint Committee, and it's incredibly important that that line is clear, because when there is an event, the mayors and the chair all need to be jointly responsible for the outcomes. So I don't want to take away from that. What I would ask, as I understood it, and that's why I checked in with Councillor Ormsby, I understood that that is what we had talked about last year, and I thought that the Joint Committee was looking at that. I didn't find any reference to that in the minutes in the CDEM Committee from last year, so I had assumed that there had been some progress on this reporting or dashlight system, which I don't see. So my question is, and maybe it could be through you, or maybe through Ms Brunton, what would you see as the appropriate way or the most effective way of us having an oversight and monitoring role of the implementation strategy at the Joint Committee in a way that leaves the responsibility with that table but gives us line of sight? That's my question.
Through you, Chair, my suggestion would be that the Joint Committee minutes are appended to the items, which will centrally focus on our role as a administering authority. If this committee has comments it wishes to make as a result, it would then channel them back through the chair of the Regional Council, who is our representative on the Joint Committee. The civil defence legislation is really clear that a critical role of the Joint Committee is around monitoring and then reporting on compliance with all the things that civil defence is required to do under the Act. So the Joint Committee will be receiving reports not just from the administering authority and the group office, but will in the future be getting reports from each of the separate TAs. They consider work and reports from all of the emergency services. I think every council is open to providing comment and views into that, but to keep the line of command, for want of a better word, really clear for the staff who do that work. Instruction on what might change views of governance need to be expressed directly by the Joint Committee. Otherwise it becomes a really complicated piece where every single council is then trying to have its say. We need to make sure that goes through the Joint Committee and the KEG.
I'll go to Councillor McElroy then.
Thank you, Chair. I also support what Neil was saying about monitoring the performance of CDEM. My question also was about ultimately who is responsible, being one of those people who, found themselves isolated, no communications, and we had to look after ourselves. The blame did go on the regional council. So I can understand the trepidation around, well, are we having oversight on these decisions? Because ultimately the public, the ratepayers, will turn around and ask, well, you're responsible. You're managing CDEM. So, thank you, Neil, for bringing that up, because I actually had made notes on it myself. Kia ora.
Good. Councillor McIntosh.
Chair, it's more a suggestion than anything. I mean, Pip has heard everything that we've had to say, and it's going to be quite difficult to knock over an alternative wording on the spot. And maybe we should Pip could take that away and come back when that's ready at a later point in the meeting to give us an alternative recommendation.
Absolutely. Would all be in favour of that happening, to make those amendments?
Is that amendment going to change what Neil's talking about, though, or is that something completely separate?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sort of summarising what we've discussed and heard, I think firstly there's support for making sure that we have oversight of what we control and what we're accountable for delivering here, so no real debate as to the proposed change. The key question is, how do we ensure that this table has confidence in what transformation that CDEM is doing, and how do we balance that with the existing governance structures and legislation that is in place? So I think we need to find that sweet spot. So I'll go away and have a talk to Katrina Brunton and some other staff members to see what's feasible to make sure that those lines of accountability are clear, but this table is getting what they need to equally inform decisions and potentially feedback to the KEG.
Any further questions?
Can I, sorry, just through Chair, just picking up on something that Michelle said, because where does the accountability lie? And, you know, part B of this is about lawsuits and litigation. So that comes to the Regional Council, and that was a result of the cyclone. So surely we're at risk.
To be really helpful through you, Chair, the accountability for the operation of the civil defence is not the Regional Council's place. Accountability for the operation of civil defence runs through the coordinating executive group and then up through the joint committee. Civil defence is more than the group office, and indeed the transformation plan that is in place now decentralises civil defence. So over a period of time, Hawke's Bay had centralised a lot of its operations to the centre, to the group office, which is administered by us, but not the group plan and so on is not set by us, it's set by the collective of councils. There is a real strong move to decentralise that, to make sure each of the individual councils is ready to do readiness and response, and it is their responsibility in legislation to do that. The group office has an overall assurance and monitoring function in peacetime, and in the case of an event, the group office will activate where the individual territorial authorities need support, or if there's an event that is region-wide. So I think through the cyclone there was a tie-up between the fact that the Regional Council funds and collects a rate for civil defence versus the governance and management accountability which lies in the legislation through the joint committee and the coordinating executive group. It's complicated, but it's the way it works.
And it's a perception too, as Michelle said. What is the perception is that the communities think it's.
So if this council chose to be more active in that monitoring place, you are essentially looking to take on a commentary that actually is the responsibility of the collective of councils, not just the regional council.
Chair, to move things on, may I suggest, and I'm happy to move, that we ask the staff to come back with an addition to the terms of reference that reflects a desire by council to monitor the performance of CDEM and the appropriate wording that balances governance responsibilities and our responsibilities to provide some measure of oversight as we wished. Is that a reasonable place to be?
Yes, thank you.
Happy to move something like that.
No further questions before we look to seconds? Councillor
Second,
Parsons, seconds? Thank you.
Yeah, look, if I can briefly speak to this, this is an issue that vexes me greatly, and I make no apology for that. And I think this need not be a complex thing, Mr. Chairman. The Chief Executive has indicated the complexities involved. I don't think it is complex. Nothing in the legislation, and I've got in front of me, bars, if you like, an oversight role of the council. We do have a governance responsibility because we've got the chair. Our chair is a representative on that group committee. That inherently has with it a governance responsibility, or at least a monitoring responsibility. So I have no qualms in seeing that we put mechanisms in place to do that. I would like to also suggest that that accountability goes beyond monitoring and accountability for the internal regional council deliverables in terms of emergency management. It goes beyond monitoring and observing the strategy, and I suggest that we look closely at the group plan, the civil defence plan, which is an obligation of the group, that inevitably that will carry with it monitoring and evaluation effectiveness measures, and that we simply receive that report and get line of sight on that for our comment feedback to the chair, who then takes those comments back to the group. So it needn't be complex, it can be straightforward, but at least we've got line of sight on it. And that's all I'm suggesting. It's not a total governance takeover, as much as I'd like to.
Get what you wish for. Absolutely.
Is it possible to see that?
I've just been trying to write it. Yeah. Yes, through you, Chair. Do you want me to read out what I've put? And then, so requests that staff further amend the terms of reference to reflect feedback from the councillors today and present that to the council for adoption.
Good to me.
All in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Carried. Thank you. Oh, apologies, Councillor Parsons. Did you have anything else to?
No, not really, but I think, based on the past, I think that this is an expectation that we should be following up, because that's why we're here, is for the people that voted us to be here, to get this kind of change. So I'm definitely motivated and happy to see.
No questions, and thank you to Pip and the team. We'll move now to 4.1, which is on page 8, and it's our 2025-26 financial report. Kia ora, Chris.
Kia ora, councillors. I've got Pam up here with me, our senior financial accountant. We've presented the financial report for the first 2 quarters of the financial year, the first half year of the 25-26 financial year. At the moment, we are running at an operating surplus of $27 million, mainly driven by income being a little bit better than the forecast of the annual plan through investment income and the planned receipt of some of the NIWI funding, partially offset by some of the costs around the coronial inquiry that were unbudgeted, and HBRRA, which is offset by additional income that we're recognising as we go through there. Capital expenditure is significantly below the annual planned budget, which was technically phased fairly evenly across the year. Obviously, the NIWI flood resilience work program is really kicking off now, and we will see that expenditure start to track up to the budgeted levels fairly shortly. Because of that reason, our external debt at the moment hasn't really changed significantly since the start of the financial year. We have had one borrowing and one repayment, and repaid a small Westpac loan. But we will see the external debt start to rise quite significantly over the next coming months, as we work into the NIWI program. On I'll take the rest of the report as read and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions from the floor or comments? Councillor McIntosh.
Paragraph 18, the return on managed funds, 8.85% year to date, and then the comment about that slightly below the benchmark. So I think I read somewhere else the benchmark was 11%, so that's high, isn't it? Though? So
What I'll probably leave is for the HBRIC item, which is later in here, as our investment manager managing all of our investments, they will be able to talk through the returns that we're experiencing in that, and we ensure that HBRIC actually challenge the fund managers out there to ensure that we're getting the best return that we can be, and I'm sure that they will have some commentary on that.
Councillor Sears.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Chris, the NIWI issue that we had around late payments and ballooning interest cost, unbudgeted interest cost last year on perhaps having to hold or prepay for things seems to have reversed. Is that what's happened?
It's not so much that it's reversed. I think what we've got into now is a really good payment process with NIFCO on behalf of the Crown, in that we are able to make claims reasonably quickly after we've incurred the expenditure, and they are paying them fairly quickly after that. So we're not incurring a huge amount of interest now on any costs that we were carrying that we were expecting to be repaid by the Crown. The reversal in terms of us having a more favourable position in interest than the budget is that we were expecting to have actually incurred a lot more expenditure and more debt at this point of the year because of the sort of fairly evenly phasing of the NIWI program. That hasn't occurred, but we will start seeing that interest cost climb over the second half of the year.
Supplementary? Thank you, Chair. So did we budget extra for 26-27 for carrying that interest, or had that already rolled out? So there won't be a huge change to what we're planning for 26-27 around that?
The budgets that have been set for 25-26 and 26-27 effectively say that we would be carrying the Crown share of the expenditure for 1 to 2 months as the claim was processed. So a normal payment cycle. So that part has been budgeted for. What we were experiencing last year is when we were carrying it for 4 or 5, 6 months. And that has reversed. That has gone now, and we're into a normal payment process.
Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ormsey.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora, Chris. I'm interested in Table 1. In terms of the revenue, the rates revenue in particular, that line item, could you just talk us through the difference between the actual and the budgeted and the variance and the reasons why there's a 3% variance?
So within the rates revenue, we have... So the budget is set on a certain number of ratepayers across the region. And as we go through the year, as we get to the stage where we actually issue the rates, that can have changed. And so that can have a slight up and down impact on the amount collected on targeted rates or general rate there. That's part of the reason. The main reason in there is that we budget for a level of penalty income that is less than what we end up getting. We don't want to budget for hoping that people will not pay their rates on time and therefore receive more penalty income. So every year we do have a slight surplus in our rates position there because penalties do come in higher than we had budgeted for. What we do find is that as we go through the year, some of those penalties, people apply for remissions and they will drop off, so the variance can get a little bit less in there. But that is the main reason why we've got a bit of an overperformance in the rates.
And you can confirm that that's what that 3% variance is accounted for. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Van Beek.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. And that helps somewhat in my question. Number 20, we seem to have 7.9 million outstanding in rates, but on top of that, we've got still 3 million related to the previous year. And it does say there that that's consistent with the last few years. I'm not really too concerned about that. I think what are we actually doing about that right now? Are we actually trying to improve our position when it's a matter of outstanding rates? And what processes are we putting in place to actually improve that position? Because $10 million is a reasonable amount of money outstanding.
Yep. So with our rates position, that $3 million outstanding relates to probably the last 6 years of rates that have been issued, and it's fairly standard for all councils across the country to have that sort of level of outstanding rates. We've actually looked at it in line with other councils, and our percentage is slightly better than quite a number of councils. We have a full debt management process where we talk to all of those ratepayers that have outstanding rates bills and try to put them onto payment plans, try and get them onto direct debit so that they will be paying off those ones. Eventually, once it gets to 7 years old, we have a statute limited bar where we need to write that debt off. So of the outstanding stuff, each year we end up writing off around about $50,000 to $100,000 worth of the rates bill from 7 years ago. So if you can think of it that, yes, we might have 4.9 million of our current year rates outstanding. We've got about 1.5 million of last year's rates, and it keeps going down until we keep collecting that money as we go through and getting people onto payment plans, so that then by the time that we actually have to write off, we're only writing off a few hundred, $50,000 to $100,000 worth of our rates for that previous year. Does that answer you?
Yes, it does. I hope that you were thinking of maybe a plan to actually improve our situation. Just because we're better than the other council doesn't mean that we can't continue to improve. Anyway. But you're doing your best, that's what you're trying to do.
I think it would be quite difficult to improve a bit more than what we've actually got at the moment. One of the things that we do have here by having a direct debit program, which actually gets people to pay for their rates in preparation for the rate bill coming out, we do end up collecting a reasonable amount of rates in advance so that so people can clear their invoice as soon as that comes out in there. So I believe we're in a much better position than a lot of councils around the place, and I don't think there's a huge amount of room for improvement, but we obviously always look at our debt management processes, and if there's better ways that we can help our ratepayers to actually settle their rates in a timely manner.
Councillor Parsons.
Mine was, you may have answered my question because mine was point 20 as well, because I was quite shocked to see those figures, but I wondered, is there a pattern? Is it urban? Is it socioeconomic? Is there a pattern of people not paying their rates? It seems, reading that, I was thinking, well, this seems to be a cultural thing in that we just accept it, which I'm a justice spokesperson for everything, and I think, well, that's not fair on other ratepayers when everybody's suffering. And so mine's probably along the same lines as yours, is, well, what are we doing about it? Have we analysed it? I mean, I'm sure you have, but I was just really keen to find out a wee bit more about that.
What I can do is I can put a note on that for our next quarterly report to actually come back with a little bit more analysis around our outstanding rates and if what particular areas or anything that might be coming up. There is, in everything that we've looked at, there hasn't been a standout thing of that's the reason and that is what we can target, but I will get the team to have another look into that.
Just supplementary, because what I'm wondering too around that is, has that got worse since the ratings changed? Was it COVID? Is there any pattern like that as well, or is this just normal?
No, it's actually got better. A few meetings ago at the end of last year, once we'd issued out penalties for the late payment, the penalties issued for the 25-26 rates were less in number than the penalties issued for the 24-25 rates. So we're actually seeing an improvement in the amount of rates that are outstanding. Yeah, obviously, in terms of the number, the dollar figure does increase a little bit because the rates increased during that year. But no, we are seeing an improvement in less people being outstanding.
Because I wondered with the increase in rates, which have been significant since probably 22, I wondered if that had any bearing on the amount that's outstanding now?
It hasn't really, and
Okay.
when we're issuing the penalties each year.
Thank you.
No further questions or comments?
Could I move the paper, Chair?
Thank you. Second? Thank you. All in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Carried. Thank you.
Chair, just a note that Councillor Hokianga is running late, but he will join us as soon as he can online.
Thank you. And also Councillor Rodley is having problems connecting online on as well. Thank you. We'll move to 4.2, so page 14. Chris will remain there. That's our Treasury Compliance Report. And Tracy is joining us. Kia ora, Tracy.
So what I'll do is I'll hand over to Tracy, who will give a bit of a synopsis of the report, and then we can open up for questions.
Thank you. So this is the 6-month report on Treasury compliance. Previously, we've done this on a 3-monthly basis, but our Treasury policy actually allows for us to do it on a 6-monthly basis, depending on when you are actually meeting. So we'll align it with the meetings that you're actually having. We were compliant with all Treasury policy measures except for one, and that was the counterparty policy, where we must hold no more than 25 million with any individual bank, etc. The breach was due to the annual rates intake on the 22nd of September and was rectified on the very next day. So we reallocated the funds between different banks on the next day after receipt of the annual rates. External debt is sitting at 117.2 million. And as Chris has already mentioned, we took a temporary commercial note of 10 million out in July, and we paid it back in October. That was to help us with the NIWI funding for the Crown reimbursements as we set up the regular payment plan with them. At year end, we expect the external debt to be sitting at about 170 million. So that's up from 117.2. So we've got about 60 million that we're actually planning on borrowing between now and the end of this financial year. And that will be split between some short-term funding and also some long-term funding. The long-term funding will be through the LGFA and will be a green and sustainable loan. And that is due to the NIWI project. That is available to us at a discount of 5 basis points on top of the 20 basis points that we get for having a credit rating. So it's a significant saving for us to be able to access that type of funding. We've taken out additional interest rate swaps over the period, and this is to help to stabilise our cost of funds. For this year, we are expecting our interest rate to be on borrowing to be around 3.6%. So that's a pretty attractive rate. Most of our debt is on floating rates, which gives us the ability to capture the lower OCR. That's, I think, the main points. Does anybody have any questions?
You've answered most of mine, but just from me, just a note on any liquidity or refinancing risks out there at the moment.
I think we've pretty much, we work very closely with PwC as our Treasury advisors, so we meet with them regularly and we talk to them throughout the month. So we kind of be able to preempt any exposures or any potential risks that we've got coming up. Liquidity-wise, I think we're well and truly covered because we have the additional standby facility that we've taken out while we hold the NIWI contracts. So we're always going to be compliant in the liquidity area. It enables us also to not carry too much cash, which we potentially have to borrow to carry, so there's no point in doing that.
The other point that we have there is that through the LGFA, where we do all of our borrowing, we have the ability to borrow outside of their tenders. They have a tender every month. We can borrow outside of the tender if we had an urgent requirement. And currently, because the LGFA have plenty of funding, there is no additional penalty interest on borrowing outside of the tender process.
Councillor McIntosh.
Just a comment really, Chair, so the average cost of borrowing is 3.6, I think I heard you say, and it just gives us quite a steer as to our future strategies and actions really, if you think that our income from our investments is considerably higher than that, and granted the period we've been talking about quite recently has been good, but longer term that remains true. So I think it gives us a good strategic steer as to the sorts of decisions we should be making when we're wondering about borrowing or not for projects.
Kia ora, Chair.
Absolutely.
Chris, are we set up with a green and social loan with the LGFA for our future Tranche 3 flood resilience projects?
We haven't put in an application for that as yet. We've just gone through. We were one of the first ones to do the green and sustainable loans for a program of work rather than for a specific building or the item that a council was doing. So we're sort of being set up as a bit of an example, and that was a test of how we could do that. We will now, Tracy, with James over in the IPMO and others, will continue to look for other ways that we can actually try and access that funding to get that extra 5 basis points.
Highly recommend that, given interest rates can make or break projects.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No further questions? Thank you. So the recommendation is for the committee to receive this report. Can I have someone to move? Thank you, Councillor Sears, and second, Councillor McIntosh. Thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. All those any against? No, carried. Thank you. Thank you, Tracy. Moving on now to our next 4.3, and that's our New Zealand Mutual Liability Risk Pool update.
Okay, me again. So the risk pool, for those of you that don't know, was a mutual liability scheme that was set up for New Zealand local authorities back in 1997 and ran for about 20 years, where councils would pay in premiums in there to build up a pool to be able to cover uninsured costs or that reinsurers wouldn't cover for issues that would come up against the councils. That was closed down it ceased to offer new covers in 2017, but there are still a number of legacy claims, mainly around weather tightness on buildings, that they are working through, and some of the legal cases that are going through and commentary is deciding whether some of the claims that had been made previously and rejected by risk pool should be included or that. What happens is when a claim comes in that has amounts that aren't covered by the reinsurer, and there isn't a big pool of money left there anymore to cover them, risk pool will make out a call to all members to help fund those costs. In recent years, the main call that they have been making about every year, where our share is about 29,000, is to continue the operation and the admin of risk pool while they are managing all the remainder of these claims in there. In terms of the claims that are outstanding and what our potential liability is there, unfortunately, in everything that we get, there is no definitive answer around what that claim could be, what the amounts could be outstanding that would not be covered by reinsurers. So we are really waiting for the legal processes to go through.
At this stage, there were 2 claims heard at the end of last year. Those court hearings concluded in October, and we're expecting the outcome of those decisions in March or April. That will be probably the most definitive steer we get on whether risk pool will be found liable for these claims, and we'll then really start to kick off that reinsurance process to understand how much the reinsurers are likely to cover and how much is likely to fall onto members. So as Chris said, it's a little bit of a wait and see at this stage as that legal process runs its course, but hopefully in the next month, 6 weeks, we'll have an update which will help risk pool and then its members get a much clearer read on future exposure.
Have you got any questions?
Open to the floor, yeah, for any questions or comments. Kia ora, Councillor Ormsby.
Is this issue going to appear on a risk register somewhere?
Yes, yeah,
Keep track of?
We're tracking it and we have been for some time. You'll meet the new risk team shortly, who have a number of initiatives and continuous improvement initiatives underway for the space. So yes, at this stage we're tracking it with the means that we've got, but in time I would expect it to make its way into a risk register as well. But I think at the moment it sits within the legal and compliance sort of one-page management plan. That's where I keep an eye on it and where I do my monitoring of these sorts of issues.
Just support adding it. Thank you.
Chair?
Councillor Parsons.
Thank you. Mine's just to get my brain around this. So the risk pool is made up of a whole bunch of councils and their claims are in there, which we're liable for should they, have we got any claims in there? I mean, this happened before, it shut down before Cyclone Gabrielle, didn't it?
It did. So they stopped taking new covers from July 2017.
Yep.
So we are seeing a tail of legacy claims, which was sort of prompted by the Supreme Court judgment. So sort of go back a step, risk pool never accepted cover for weather tightness issues. What we're now grappling with is there are a whole lot of sort of hybrid claims that were made where the issue was both weather tightness and non-weather tightness, and risk pool's policy was if those two things hadn't been appropriately apportioned, it declined cover for the entire claim. That's what's being contested, and in 2023 the Supreme Court said, no, risk pool, you've got that wrong. Some of this you should have covered. So they've established that baseline. The current litigation is now around council's ability to bring claims back to risk pool on that basis, and effectively a lot of it is around limitation period and when those claims should have been notified under the scheme rules. So it's actually a timing question that's before the court at the moment, and that will then dictate how many claims are now actually back in the frame that risk pool needs to look at and reassess on the basis of that judgment that actually you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater because it wasn't appropriately apportioned. You should have done more to try and understand the non-weather tightness aspect. So it is a legacy tail. There's no future exposure, so no new cover from July 2017, and our liability, to the extent we have any, really crystallises by virtue of the fact that we are a member and we're a member at the time that these claims came into being. So, we've looked at the documents and whether a strategic exit might be in HPRC's best interest, but unfortunately, the liability crystallised at the time the claim arose. So we are in there along with fellow members and need to sort of see this process through. Does that answer your question?
Certainly does. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Can I ask one supplementary? It might be a bit off piece, so tell me if I'm going off the wrong track. When we get loans, is that the same? So everyone's going to LG
FA.
Is that the same? So we've got all these loans from different local authorities, and then if one fell over, are we liable for their loan, or is that separate?
We do sign up as a guarantor as part of the LGFA, so that all councils are jointly guaranteeing everyone in there. However, I think that the amount of funding available within LGFA and the stipulations they put on councils and everything like that, that is a very, very low risk of anything like that happening.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, comments? No? Thank you. Well, if we could take that recommendation, the committee receives this report. Could I have someone to thank you, Councillor McElroy? A second. Thank you, Councillor Van Beek. Would you like to speak on that? Thank you. All in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. Any against? No. Carried, thank you. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Amy. 4.4, page 22, is our HBRIC quarterly investment. I'd just like to invite Tom to present. Kia ora, Tom.
Kia ora koutou, everybody. Firstly, apologies from Chair of HBRIC, Debbie Birch. Sometimes you get people of Debbie's calibre, it's quite hard to get hold of them, and she's actually had quite a heavy HBRIC workload this month, and more to come, so she couldn't be here, but we do have a council director in the room. Look, I'll take the report as read. I think the best summary is that it's been a solid 6 months, and so that's enabled us to make a decent distribution towards our council, and also in doing so protect the managed funds portfolio, which is important because it's performing well. And looking ahead, there's ongoing analysis of your portfolio that we'll continue to do. You'll have a draft statement of intent shortly that'll be sent through. Paper talks to development of a sort of formal distribution policy, which I think could be an important document that feeds into the next long-term plan, that sort of timeframe thinking, and something that we'll bring back to council for, obviously it'll be a good discussion, and just ongoing work and just updated reporting that we will continue to bring to you. So I'm happy to take any questions, but I just conscious we've got a director in the room. If you want to ask for any comments from the director, that's
thank you. I'll open the floor for any questions or comments.
Well, look, if just to we already had some indication from Councillor McIntosh. Really good question. We had our meeting Monday a week ago and considered the second quarter report, and you'll note at paragraph 4 on page 21 that the managed funds portfolio is sitting at 8.8% return, which on the face of it looks pretty good, given our forecast was 7%. However, having said that, as Councillor McIntosh has pointed out, it's tracking about 3 points below the index. So the explanation of that is needed, and HBRIC directors received a report from presentation from Harbour Management to explain the difference, and the reason is that the global benchmark tracking 11% reflects a very high concentration in tech stock, a very speculative tech stock, whereas the portfolios are managed in a much more conservative way. And as you may be aware, the tech stocks are highly speculative. Their fundamentals are not particularly good. They're if you like, their balance sheets are not so flash, but they keep growing and growing, and the speculation continues. So that's the reason that the investment managers are giving us, is that our managed funds are significantly leveraged towards much more conservative, more fundamentally sound stocks, and therefore they're tracking below that level. Having said that, we continue to keep a close eye on and are reviewing our fund managers to make sure that they are telling us the right things and managing funds appropriately. Can I refer you to paragraph 5 on that same page, just by way of review? You know that we've got 194 million of funds under management, of which, and just by way of refresher, so we fully understand the portfolio, 61 million, which is under HBRC's control, 74 million under the HBRC portfolio funds, and HBRIC itself is responsible for 58 million of that 94 million. So just giving you a breakdown of how those funds are operating. Can I just also refer you to, in the summary report at page 26, you'll see the balance sheet there, and you'll see an outstanding result for the period 30 June 25 to 31st of December 25. You'll see the total equity increase 62 million just by the sheer brilliance of the directors on HBRIC result. The reality is that it only reflects a moment in time when our share price for the port is high, because the next time round when it drops, you'll be castigating those same directors for their poor performance.
And we'll be firing them.
And I think what it goes to, and again, our understanding in the world, particularly the region's understanding of the HBRIC, the investment portfolio, including the port, is a bit of a mirage in many respects. That value that's assigned in our balance sheet doesn't reflect the reality that those, particularly the port funds, are not available for sale or anything else. So we're all, the focus on the port has to be only on the dividend, because we can't do anything. We have no room to move on the equity. And similarly for the investment portfolio, constraint, and similarly for our various other asset holdings, they are constrained. So everything's not what it seems, and that $62 million buffer is a bit of an illusion. But any questions on what that fund the result looked like from HBRIC, most welcome.
Councillor Grulinski.
Is there any comment about the negative returns for the end of year, November, December?
Negative returns?
Well, it went backwards in November and December, right?
Returns didn't.
Slightly up in December, but it's just the points were made, and look, and certainly when you cast forward to the January performance, which is not on here, but those reports have come in. January was a very volatile month in share markets, and that's reflected in will be reflected in the January performance. So that's why I suppose my opening comments was it was a solid start. Solid 6-month start to the year, but half a year doesn't make a full year, and we're braced for the balance of the year. And so that's why, again, we kind of leaned very heavily into the port dividend to provide an interim distribution through to council, just to leave as much headroom as we can in the managed funds, just in case there is a drawdown. And but we still need to get that final dividend through to you. So.
Councillor McIntosh.
Thanks, Chair. Look, thanks for your explanation, Councillor Curtin. Just some point of clarity for me on paragraph 4. So the funds portfolio returned 8.8% for the 6 months ended December, so exceeding our annual target of 7%. I'm just having trouble correlating that with the subsequent reference to benchmark of 11% versus 13.55%. And if I understood your commentary previously, that was related to international benchmarks. But I'm not sure which, and some of that was not speculative, but in tech stocks and that sort of thing. But I'm not sure what the relevance of those international benchmarks are if we've set a long-term goal of 7% on managed funds.
So the portfolio doesn't. I'll have a crack at that. So the portfolio isn't tied to general international benchmarks. There's actually a specific benchmark developed for each type of portfolio that it's measured against, and so the fund is underperforming that benchmark. I'm not sure what the.
I just want to get a good handle on So when we talk benchmark, is that the same thing as our target, if you like?
No, that's what that's effectively, it is, just using the language, it is a benchmark against which we test the performance of this fund. Our overall, over time, expectation is that we want 7%. A portfolio like this should, over time, deliver us 7% after fee. But there's good years and bad years, and we don't want to be, we want to make sure that when there are good years that the fund is performing as it should be, so that when the poor years come, we can still maintain that long-term 7% return.
Okay, so sorry, one other. Am I right in saying that the benchmark numbers are really just a reflection of the benchmark for that particular period, and it gives us a steer as to how our fund managers have gone in that particular period?
100%.
Okay, thank you.
If I could, Mr. Chair, I'm pretty sure I'm correct in this, that the benchmark, the portfolio benchmark at 11% is for the entire portfolio, so including the port and management. No?
That benchmark is entirely related to the portfolio.
Haven't we set 7%, which is inclusive of the port portfolio?
So we set when we established the portfolio, we said that we want a long-term return of 7% after fees. And
inclusive of the port or not?
Not including
just the managed funds?
No. I mean, the port yield is significantly below 7%.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions? Councillor McElroy.
Through you, Chair. Tom. My question's on number 6 for the Food East. So you mentioned there's 9 tenants and there's still some occupancy space available. And my question is, what is the tenancy gap and what does that equate to in income loss? We haven't got full tenancy.
No, we haven't got full tenancy, and so the Food East story in terms of the timing of when that was when Food East was finally constructed and then sort of went to market for tenancy was not the best timing in the world in terms of the post-Cyclone Gabrielle and also quite tough economic conditions. So it has been a long slog to tenant that building. There's also a specific intention for the purpose of that building was to support food innovation and food-related industries. So you're actually only dealing with a subset of the entire tenancy market, and so that's something that the Food East Board is constantly balancing in terms of prioritising getting revenue in to get the operating model working properly, but also staying true to the purpose of the building that was intended, and in terms of targeting particular tenants. And so it has been a bit of a slow process, but they're constantly working on it very hard, and they're also developing other commercial opportunities, sponsorship, naming rights, partnerships and things like that to try and bridge that gap.
So and sort of what's the loss? What are we on the whole for with
I couldn't pull that number off the top of my head, but they certainly are cutting the cloth in terms of costs to make sure that they're trying to stay as profitable as they can. But I can come back to you with those numbers, or maybe even in the future we could bring the Food East team in and present.
Thank you.
Further questions?
I'll move if you like.
Thank you. Councillor McIntosh, second. Thank you. All in favour?
Aye.
Any against? Well, thank you, Tom. Thank you for your time.
Make a comment, Chair?
Yes. Then would you like to make a comment?
Look, I'll sound like a stuck record on this. Don't care. You'll hear it a few more times. This is our golden goose. This is quite a good example of why it is a golden goose, particularly if you relate it back to the comment I made earlier about the cost of borrowing funds. This investment is the light at the end of the tunnel for rates relief, and I just think it needed reinforcing again, the importance that we keep the golden goose, and the golden goose doesn't happen to it what happened to it in the fable.
Thank you, councillor. Thank you, Tom.
Does that make me the gander?
And our amazing director. We now move to 4.5, and that's our risk on page 30, our risk assurance management. Hans, Sanley and Merritt. Welcome, no mai haramai, welcome to your first presentation here.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora. Kia ora. Good morning, councillors. Good morning, Mr. Chair. So we are the newly appointed Risk Controls and Assurance team. We started in November last year as part of the shared services with Napier City Council. That means that we have 2 part-time jobs effectively. We are here to provide risk and assurance services for the regional council, and I'm going to present my colleagues right now. So I am the risk and assurance manager, and I lead the team. We have our internal audit and controls advisor, Sandila Kanisa. You will be talking to him about the assurance charter later, no doubt. And we have a quality assurance and business improvement analyst, which is Marat Basirov. So if you have any questions regarding...
So, sorry, what's your name?
My name is Hans Potstock Vidal.
Hans.
And yeah, sorry, I didn't present myself. I think...
And sorry, your colleagues?
I'm Hans Marat Sandile.
Okay. Someone interpret that for me.
It is spelled... all our names are spelled in there.
Oh, yeah.
So, before we go to questions, I would like to state that the job we do or we intend to do for the Regional Council differs a bit from the work that we do for Napier City Council. Our team sits here as an in-house second line of defence function. That means that the independence and objectivity of our function is somewhat limited by operational instruction and delegations, as opposed to an independent internal audit function, for example. So just to be clear on that. Our intention is to further implement the currently endorsed risk framework, and we are going to provide you with advice on good practices in terms of risk management, assurance and reporting, and quality management systems and process improvements. That means improving the workflow, the operational workflow of the council. So after an initial discovery phase, as you might have seen in the report, our team is now ready to propose a way forward as per the report and the attached documents. So we are ready now for your questions.
Questions or comments? Sure. Councillor C.
Sure, thank you, Chair. Thank you. Welcome. Good to meet you all. It's probably through to Pip, actually. Last trimester, we built this new risk framework and model. We had quite a lot of commentary from the chair then, Zan, Councillor Harding at that point, about this integration between the risk assessments that we were doing as councillors alongside ELT and feeding that in, and how we were going to make, how we were going to get real clarity on how to pursue those risks, etc. So how will this all be integrating, and is this part of what that was leading towards?
Thank you. I think it's a really good question, and I'd like to answer it almost in 2 parts, if that's okay. In terms of the risk framework, there is the intention to continue with what we'd call that top-down risk assessment, bringing council perspectives as well as ELT perspectives. Figuring out how we marry those 2 things together and make sense of that data is something we need to work through as a team and as a collective to make sure that we pinpoint those areas where we want to deep dive further. What we would like to do is also enhance that framework with that bottom-up risk assessment. We raised one today around, for example, the risk risk pool, and we've had others bubble up this week with regards to water. And we want to make sure then that we're not only getting that top-down view of your understanding and awareness and ELT's understanding and awareness, but actually our people on the ground who are seeing risks in their day-to-day operations. So in answer to your question, we're going to work through how do we make sure that we marry up the top-down view, but we want to supplement that as well with that bottom-up. What else should we be surfacing for your attention that we're actually starting to see at that ground level? So still a bit of work to answer the question in full, but it is part of the continuous improvement piece that this team is going to pick up and run with as we move forward.
Councillor Coote. Possibly just following on from that, in this agenda paper we've got a number of different, if you like, assurance documentation. For example, our organisational performance report, our business continuity plan, incident management, internal audit report, and then our risk management processes. So you envisage, I'm trying to gain the scope of what the committee's looking at, the advisory panel is looking at. So you're looking at reviewing that documentation set, similarly on the Napier City Council side, reviewing their equivalents, pulling those together as one process. Am I on track or not?
The initial purpose, I think, or agreement for this shared services team was to work in parallel as much as possible. However, the different contexts of the organizations meant that on the City Council, we are working as an independent assurance function, internal audit function, but here we are embedded in-house. So we are, if you want, the assurance function is equivalent to an internal audit, but it's in-house. So we would provide second-line assessments to processes and controls, internal controls in here.
Sure.
Not necessarily aligned with the work that we are doing at Napier City Council.
And just supplementary to, I guess, Pip, will there be any changes to the resources we apply internally to those current deliverables as a result of this process, as a, dare I say, rationalising of what we're doing? And then my further supplementary is, where does Hastings Central Hawke's
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Curtin. I think two things. When we set up the shared service, there is an objective to streamline, rationalise and standardise across the two councils that are initially part of this potential shared service. Obviously, that's not a journey that we can't just flick a switch and make that happen. So with that goal in mind, the team will be looking at opportunities to transition our own assurance practices or even transition Napier City's by taking best of breed. So I do expect an evolution in the types of reporting that you will see, and I also expect you will see I'm going to call it a schedule or a calendar of those assurance activities of what will be coming to you when, and what are we trying to measure and monitor as a result. Hastings was given the option to participate in this initial shared service. They chose not to participate, but the door is always open for those types of conversations. And I think as we align more closely the risk and assurance practices between Napier and Hawke's Bay Regional, then those opportunities, I think there's those opportunities to reopen that conversation with Hastings to see where those areas of alignment can be furthered. Answer your question.
Councillor Ormsby.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Pip. Your recommendation number 2 states identifies any risk management training needs the committee members may have. Would you like to elaborate on how you'd like that to go?
I will pass to Hans.
Yeah, thank you.
So one of the main objectives of our function is to standardize and consolidate practices across the organization. At the moment, they are varied and they are not necessarily aligned among them. So part of the standardization is create a common language and common practices, common descriptions for impacts and livelihoods and that sort of thing. As part of that, we think that if Council as a group identifies the need for a workshop regarding risk and assurance basics, or a workshop around articulating your risks appetite statements, we can help with that. So it's an offer of help in case there is the need in this group for a refresher. Just acknowledging that not everyone comes from a risk and assurance background. We can do a catching up session or two if the council needs it.
Thank you for the offer. We'll run that through the chair.
Well, you know the chair's always going to be there. It's what inspires him. Councillor Parsons.
Just maybe for Pip, I'm not sure. So this is obviously, you guys are doing this in-house for this organisation. Do you use resources for, I like the best in breed, outside other councils to look at what their best practices are?
We certainly use external resources for some of our independent audits who come in, and we'll give an example of that shortly. And so they take a look at, particularly around the controls area, I would say, around how can we improve our controls. From a risk philosophy approach, yes, we do. So we've had a risk consultant in at council for the last few years advising us on our top-down risk framework. We're now bringing these guys in to help us continue to evolve and improve, rationalise, streamline, etc. And I also think that the role of the independent chair that we intend to bring onto this committee will be someone with significant amount of risk and audit experience. So again, bringing another level of risk maturity to our table to help us lift our game. So that's certainly the intention, and we've been making steps towards bringing in best of breed.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? No further questions? Okay, well, we have those four recommendations there to receive. And can I ask for a mover for those? Yep, Councillor Parsons, a second.
Yep. Second.
Councillor Sears, would you like to speak on those? Speak on that, no? All in favour?
Sorry, yes, I would like to make a
Thank
comment.
you.
I'd like to say thank you. What a step change from where we were last training. I know this process started, Councillor Harding was really pushing us to move into a different level of maturity, as you put it. So fantastic to meet you and to see how seriously we're taking it. And I think not only during our time of delivery of NIWI projects and forthcoming reimagining rivers, but also during this time of local government reorganisation, being really across the risks, not only to this organisation, but to the region as a whole, will be really pivotal. So thank you, Pip, for your work on this. I think it's looking fantastic.
Thank you to the team.
Well, I'll put a motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Hans, Marit, Cinderly. Thank you. Welcome again.
International stars.
Thank you for your...
Thanks very much. Kia ora.
Thank you. Kia ora, Chris. We now move to item 4.6, page 82. Gosh.
Yes.
Yep. Audit and internal audit report.
Speaking of assurance activities.
Speaking of insurance activities as well. Thank you. Kia ora.
Well, just kia ora anō, councillors. So, as we're talking about in terms of the risk report there, we do have a number of external organisations that will come in to carry out some control and risk functions for us, or audits for us. One of these is our annual data analytics review, which was previously carried out by Crow. The contract that they had with the councils ran out last year, and it was decided not to renew that, and so we went out to tender to get another organisation to come in and do our data analytics review, and that was BDO. They came in and did the review. The data analytics review effectively takes all of our transactional data from our general ledger and our payroll system, along with the data tables that sit behind that have our supplier names and addresses, our personnel names and addresses. They pick it, throw it all into a big black box, and it spits out a whole lot of questions that need to be sort of looked at in terms of where you have similar bank accounts for a supplier with a staff member, or they come from the same addresses, or you're paying suppliers around $1,000 amount every week or month or stuff like that. So there's a whole lot of analytics that will come out of that. The review that came back was very similar to previous years. We had quite a number of areas identified that were worthy of review. A lot of these areas, as similar to previous years, relates to the interpretation of some of the data and the data that is supplied to the provider. One of the stipulations for an internal audit like this is that finance won't grab the data and provide it to the supplier, because realistically this is looking for fraud where finance would be the key culprit and that sort of thing. So it's usually the ICT department that will pull out all of the data from the background of the finance system and supply it and give it to the auditor. The difficulty with that is that sometimes there can be some tables that you actually need into that data. For example, when people have a delegated authority because someone's on leave, that doesn't get transferred across for those dates. An approval on an expenditure can therefore show as someone has approved it that normally doesn't have the delegated authority to do that. And so that sort of thing kicks up a number of issues that we go through and have a look at. As we've gone through this, we did an extensive review of all of the items that were identified by BDO. There was one item in there that they identified around a payment which was done by a threat actor. It was a fraudulent payment from external coming into our company, which was reported to the Risk and Audit Committee last year. It was comforting to see that that was highlighted within the BDO analysis as well, so it shows that it will pick up those things where that happens. Of all of the other issues that were there were no other issues of fraudulent activity with that identified. All of the items that they had identified, we were able to explain and put reasons as to why they were there into there. It did highlight some improvement processes that we would like to make, especially in the fleet management side, which we included in this review for the first time. So overall, the value of this exercise was really good, in that it proves that we've got something that comes through and will identify issues if there are issues, but also provides us with a way to look at stuff and think of ways that we could actually improve processes to add security to us in the future. So happy to take any questions on the report.
Kia ora. Councillor McIntosh.
Chris, was the decision to change supplier, was that sort of mainly price related? And are you able to, I don't know if you can actually, are you able to say what we spend on this sort of stuff?
In terms of the decision to change supplier, the contract that was with a number of councils in the area had come to an end, and in discussion with all of the councils it was decided not to continue on doing that work as a combined joint unit, and so therefore that contract terminated. It was decided by each council that we would look at different ways of doing all of our internal audits, and spending that money. Ours resulted in some of it going towards our risk and internal audit function into there, with a pot of money aside for doing reviews such as this where we needed that independence from the organisation. In terms, I wouldn't talk about the costs of individual audits in the public.
Okay. Can I ask one further question related to that. Is it the sort of thing that we might reasonably get software to do that ourselves?
Not really. Accounting firms develop some really good analytic tools to be able to do this sort of work. It's not the sort of tool that would be readily available off the shelf and is the sort of thing that would take an immense amount of time to actually develop. And you've got the added thing of having an independence of doing it. I could say I could develop a great tool and that missed certain things.
And just welcome Councillor Hokianga, who's joined us online as well. Any further questions? No?
So this is a whole of organisation audit. Are we also in the process of occasionally do certain parts of the organisation, or we only do a whole of organisation? For instance, payroll, which is a really interesting read, by the way.
Yeah.
If you look what you find.
In terms of, this is one of the things that we will be developing with our new risk team, and having Crow, having finished their relationship with us, is starting to look at what other external, internal audit reviews we think we should be having as we are going forward. The data analytics was the first one that we said we need to keep doing, because we've been doing that regularly, and I think that's a very good one to actually identify any fraud or that in an organisation. Other ones around specific internal controls or anything like that, a lot of that will sometimes come out of meetings such as this, where issues have been identified and there is a request to actually say, well, actually, can you engage with someone to do a specific look at that particular area? And some of it will be from us internally, where we want to actually make sure that we've got comfort that internal controls or delegations or something in various areas are best practice and, providing us with the most security over our ratepayers' funds. So, yes, I think that is a developing thing that now that we've got the Finance Risk and Audit team in, that we will start developing in terms of that program.
I add to that further. Just two things really to follow up on. Firstly, regarding payroll. Yes, we have done some specific audits targeted at payroll, particularly over the last couple of years, with a particular focus on compliance with the Holidays Pay Act, and we are now progressing with the recommendations found in those audits. Once we've addressed those recommendations, we will again validate what will be the new current state, and we'll be able to come to you with those findings. I think secondly, with regards to what else is on the agenda for assurance activities, that's really where I'm hoping the assurance team will be able to provide us with that schedule of activities to show those areas of deep dive across the different business units. There certainly are other areas of assurance that are subject to rather specific controls. For example, I believe ICM, health and safety, etc. So there are some other areas that have more targeted focuses as well.
Because that would have been a supplementary question regarding payroll. That legislation is so complicated, and generally the advice that you're given is never 100% right if it's going to be tested. And so that's one area that we as an organisation, with as many staff as we have, that we need to really make sure that we have the right information and that we actually check ourselves continuously, especially through changes. I get immigration updates on a weekly basis. It's amazing to have to keep up with the advice that is given. Thank you. We're in good hands.
Further questions? No further questions. So we have those two recommendations to receive. So could I have someone to move? Councillor Kulinski, and second, thank you. Councillor Van Beek, any book on those? No? All in favour?
Aye.
Any against? Carried. Wonderful, thank you once again. Thank you. We're ahead, so if it's okay, we're just going to bring our next one through 4.7, which is 90 on page 97. That's Sarah and Desiree. And then we will break for lunch after this. And Chris will remain. Kia ora, Chris.
I feel like I've got my two bodyguards. Kia ora, councillors. Kia ora, Chair. Thank you for inviting me for the paper. I think most of you know me. My name is Sarah Bell, called Sarah Bell Toko Ingoa. I'm in the strategy and performance team, which sits within the strategy and governance team. So our team is kind of like the hub of the corporate planning, helps produce documents like the long-term plan, the annual plan. We contribute to reporting through the annual report, and this is where this paper sits in that reporting side of our function as well. Maybe we've been bringing this report for years now, but maybe for the new councillors. This report gives a whole of organisational health check, I would say, that we undertake every quarter. So we do bring it to you every quarter. It comprises an executive summary that's got some highlights, the key things that have happened over the quarter. We have a section on our corporate metrics, which is data-driven with commentary. We have our levels of service commentary, which is kind of key because that's our mandatory reporting that goes in our annual report. But we bring it quarterly because we like to keep on track, and there are opportunities for you to ask questions if needed as well. And at the end, we have our reporting by activity, which is kind of a structure that's in the long-term plan. So each function of council has a report as well. And we signal that whether we're on track through traffic light reporting. So if we're all going to plan, it's green. If there's some concerns with resourcing or something's happened, it goes to orange. If there are something a little bit deeper, we mark it as red as well. And I'll let Chris, maybe if there's any questions around the financial component in it. It looks a little bit different to the report that he brings, but it sort of works within this report here. Is there anything you particularly want to add on that really at the moment, Chris?
No, I would just say that so the financial report here breaks down into the groups of activities. It is around a report of the funding and the expenditure that relates to each of those, that is relevant to each of the group managers and the groups that they run. I do notice that there is a note in there about the corporate services being overspent in there. There was a way we were measuring to say what was overspent and not trying to take account of when an underspend might be happening, but the funding was, or an overspend might be happening, but the funding was offsetting that. That doesn't quite work for corporate services, and so therefore we will be having a really good look at how we actually identify that over the next quarter. And so if there are any questions around corporate services, I can dive into that in a little bit more detail.
And just to finish off, we have around about 50 or 60 staff contributing to this report each quarter. And we've designed it as a report rather than, just a normal council paper because it allows us to publish on the website so our communities can read it as well. And we do present it for clarity and accessibility. And we want it to be engaging as well as informative. So that's why we present it in this way. So I'm happy to take any questions, probably on the format of the report, but we do have our group managers and other staff that can answer maybe some of the more specific questions. So I'll take the paper as read and happy to answer questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Floor is open for questions and comments.
Probably just a comment. I thoroughly enjoyed reading it. Actually, I found it really easy to read, especially really, really clear and really easy to read. So I don't have any questions. I just wanted to say well done.
Thank you. Councillor Sears.
Thank you. Kia ora to you, Chair. Thank you again. We all love this report. It looks great. I'm wondering again, I always ask about the Lagoimas, understand again, becoming more complex, take longer to reply to. We're a bit behind on that again, but just wondering for an update on the AI possible integration into Lagoima work and if that was making any progress or had stalled or... Could you answer that? Thank you.
there's certainly an opportunity for AI to help with the Lagoima process, and we initiated some conversations with an external AI provider last year around how we might do that. They are looking across councils, both local and regional, to actually create a sector-wide solution, and they are looking for participants who would want to join them in a trial for that level of technology. The timing was not right for us at that time. Participating in that trial to actually help develop the AI takes a lot of resource and a lot of time, which we do not have the capacity for in our teams at the moment, so we have declined. However, we're taking a watching brief as to how that develops across the sector, and then what would the cost be to bring it in-house. I believe the pilot is underway now, but I haven't heard anything further.
Yeah, question, thank you. I've got a series of questions for you, but don't, Councillor Curzon, go.
Thank you.
Thank you once again for a very, very elucidating report. Can I take you to, I've got 4 sections I want to consider. Can I just take you to, where am I going? Digital media, page 107 and page 10, page 10 of the report. Are you able to answer questions in that area?
We do have Tuarama as the group manager responsible for that group.
Let's see the colour of your eyes here. Website, unusually high numbers of visitors to some pages with signal possible academic links. Have you got a sense of, is that true, or is someone stalking us, or what are we doing?
No, thank you, Councillor Curzon. Our understanding is that the devices that were used in the programs that was used as the portal, the access to those websites were consistent with educational institutions, and so based on a conversation across the sector around how people are accessing websites, we're quite confident that we must have had links shared out through some educational pieces.
Do we know what they're accessing?
Oh, I can get you that information. I believe it was certain sections of the website, particularly around what we do here at Hawke's Bay Regional Council.
Sure. It's interesting to understand that, what's going on, who's accessing and what are they accessing to. The second question about that is, does that include the CDEM site in terms of how do we monitor the CDEM site?
Yeah, so we do monitor all 8 websites that Hawke's Bay Regional Council manages. I believe that the data that we provide looks across all of them, so sorry, no, Kath has just said to me, no, CDEM is separate. So,
all right. I thought it was. I thought we may have hosted it somewhere along the line. But with that, I wonder, given our discussion of the role of this committee, whether in fact we could have a report on CDEM site utility going forward, so we can keep an eye on that. Is that okay?
Absolutely, thank you.
The second thing, and I'm not sure who deals with this is on page 12, fleet and air travel. I see we've had a drop of from 8 to 8 to 3 of electric vehicles. Is there a reason that we're not pursuing an increase in electric vehicle composition of the fleet?
Thank you. I can take that one. I think that the reduction reflects 2 things. One is we're looking to streamline our fleet. So we are looking to reduce the number of vehicles within the fleet itself. Yes. And secondly, it'll be related to cost. I think where possible, we are seeking the most environmentally friendly solution and looking to weigh that up.
Sure.
Against the needs of the vehicle. So, for example, some of the cases we do just need a diesel.
Sure. Okay.
I can check the policy though for you, but I do believe it states that there is a desire where possible to electrify.
Sure. It does. This always happens, the clash of money versus Whether we put in money where our mouth is another thing. The other aspect of that is another request. Can we have a breakdown of petrol versus diesel vehicles for reasons will become apparent from the
Yes, I think I believe we have that
plan.
data, so I can find that for you.
My next line of questioning, if I could, Mr. Chairman, is on page 16, and this is the level of service measures. Page 15, and this is a bit of a red flag, and I think we need to be, councillors need to be very conscious of this. Under biosecurity, at the bottom of that page, we've got a red dot around the PCA non-compliance with the PCA levels, 4% for residual trap catch. Can we have some measure of explanation of that? Are we going to run into the outbreak problems that we've had in recent times? Is that you, Richard?
Kia ora, ko Richard Waitland toko ingoa. Thank you, Councillor Curtin. So the decision was made 2 years ago to reduce expenditure, and particularly around our PCA program, given the level of performance. So the level of service measures relate to what the objective was at the time, and we are continuing to run at around that 2.4% of RTC, or residual trap catch. So in terms of the performance of the biosecurity, we are continuing to meet the level in terms of it, but it's just the area that we have reduced in terms of our monitoring. We are looking at it at the moment in terms of how we can, particularly in the Mahia Peninsula, in terms of how we can actually increase the level of monitoring there, and we're just going through that process at the moment to lift that. So this was a direct reflection of a decision to reduce expenditure in this area.
Mr. Chairman, just for new colleagues around the table, this is a red flag. We need to get on top of this. We've experienced this before, and at the end of the day, a regional council comes into the firing line when things such as TB gets out of control. It's another one of those areas where it's arm's length from us, but we carry the can often. So just a red flag on that one. Thank you, Richard. And Mr. Chair, if I could just, the final one from me is on page 16, emergency management. We've got an orange dot against the group plan review and its whereabouts. Something, again, we need to keep a close eye on. Can we have an update on where the group plan, the CDEM plan review is at, and have we got a plan in place which is compliant with the legislation? Sure.
Through you, Chair, I'll answer on behalf of Shane Briggs, the Group Controller. The group plan that we have in place is compliant with legislation. We are due to start the review of the group plan this year. Does that answer the question?
Yes,
you're looking at me a bit like I haven't answered the question.
Perfect answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Ormsby.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Kia ora, Sarah, DB. I've got a few big ones, so just, if you don't mind. So we have 9 measures of service that are either not on track, well, they are not on track, so the orange and the red. Okay, so what do we have in place to ensure that we move from red to orange, orange to green?
Yeah, I can have a go at that. There are probably some measures that we know that we're not going to meet by the end of the year. Probably a good example is in the policy and regulation space, where preparing the plans that are under the RMA, the goalposts are shifted, so the levels are not going to be met because of that as well. What we do when we get the report from the commentator is to ask them what mitigations they've got in place to get us back on track. Unfortunately, for example, with our official information requests, once we've missed one target, we're going to be red for the rest of the year as well. So there are some cases where we know we're not going to get back on track. So we do follow up, and we take these reports to ELT meetings as well, so we can look at getting them back on track where we are able to, and that's where we have those discussions.
Okay, so the exec are responsible for moving those measures, having those measures moved?
Yeah, we bring it to the appropriate place to take these measures that are off track.
Thank you. And second question, please, Chair. This pertains to emergency management in the table there. Sorry, it's taken a while for me to move this. Yep, page 16. So under emergency management, it says here that there was a January meeting, is that correct?
January 2025, not 2026.
Right. And so that I think this, just rounding back to Councillor Caesar's query, that the transformation strategy was planning to come to a committee such as this committee to have that oversight. So I'm just tracking back on what that intention was, so that we can look at embedding it into this committee. Can't I? Awesome. Final question, and this might be more for Katrina in terms of, thank you, how we are tracking with our controllers and whether we've got the right number of controllers for each local office. Are they being trained well at the moment? Given at any moment, as we've experienced the last few weeks, we are highly dependent on and really grateful for those workers in those times of emergency. So could you give us a bit of a brief on our controllers and if they are trained?
Sure thing. We have currently in place our group controller, permanently employed, and then we have an additional 3 group controllers that the group had trained and got approved through the joint committee last year to act as group controllers. Subsequently, 2 of those have been employed permanently by Napier City Council and Hastings District Council as their controllers in their permanent roles. That doesn't preclude them from still being group controllers, the backup for our permanent group controller. So we do have quite a good spread current or capacity at this point in time, but we will look to train and appoint, and that is a process that goes through the KEG and Joint Committee. There is quite a strenuous process there to get them approved and appointed, but we will look to appoint more given that we have somewhat lost 2 of them to the district councils. That's not necessarily a bad thing for a system approach for the region. The region is well catered now more so now than it has been previously in terms of group controllers and incident controllers in each of the councils.
Okay. One final,
because
this is our role, are we limited by the financial investment needed for the number and the quality training of those controllers?
We are responsible for the we are responsible for the training, absolutely, and the funding of that training. But we are not limited by finances in terms of a recruitment and appointment, because we don't essentially pay for a group controller unless they're actually acting as a group controller, and then there's remuneration around that, is my understanding. I am speaking on behalf of, would add, the group controller at this point in time.
the challenge through you, Chair, around the country is people's willingness to do these roles in the future, and that's a common problem right around the country, given what happens post-events.
It is, and we have struggled to find suitable candidates for group. We do have a staff member internally at Hawke's Bay Regional Council that has been trained and accepted as group controller. So we are gradually getting there.
Okay. Councillor Sears.
Well, thank you, Chair. Through you, it's back to possums, please. Possums, please, Richard. Looking up on Councillor Curtin's, it was my question as well. Can I just remind everybody that we reduced the percentage area and we reallocated that money towards alligator weed? I'm pretty sure I've got that right.
Yes.
So we put money over there and said we'll shrink the size. What we didn't do was have a conversation, Richard, at that point, of course you weren't with us then, whether we would revert back to that. So given that the catch we're getting is 2.3, which is fantastic, I think the question I'm putting to you, and maybe to go back to Councillor Roadley and the Environment Committee, is do we need to reassess back to increasing that hectare size? What's happened with alligator weed? Is there some budget swap to come back, and how do we want to approach it? What do you think?
Correct.
Is that a yes? Okay.
That's a yes.
Okay.
And that would be, so just reminding councillors, we have an annual biosecurity update to council, which we have to do as a statutory obligation, and we go through that, but also alongside of that is our opportunity to bring those conversations to the Environment Committee. And just as a reminder, alligator weed was new to us at that time, and unfortunately we're continuing to have new types of pests and incursions arriving as well. So that will continue to put pressure on our biosecurity actions and our responsibilities for that. So I think there is that bigger conversation that actually needs to occur. And just as I referred to earlier, we are continuing to look at other funds that we can get externally to actually put towards our possum control program as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Beek.
Yeah, thank you. Once again, fantastic report. Definitely has, from 7 years that I've been here, it's really improved. And unfortunately, the comments often take the wind out of our sails. So we would like to ask questions, but they're already sort of been answered. But a little bit to Councillor Ormsby's question, we've got in policy and regulation regarding our the 1,000 consent plus irrigation and water take consents. We know it's unachievable, the target that we've set. But we're getting still a bad mark for it, and we know the reasons why that is. I think it's, in this particular case, we know that the goalposts continue to shift, and then now to 2027, that maybe we should actually make that target at least achievable somewhat. I think it's good that we aiming to get our water users to agree to what we have proposed, and I think if they really understood it, that target would be a lot higher. Whether it's a communication, I'm not sure, because the goalposts keep on shifting, but I would say reset the target because it's not a good look for us right now. So that's, is that possible, and how hard is that to do?
Sure. That is through you, Mr Chair, that's a great segue. Thank you, Councillor Van Beek. When we're about to launch our long-term plan, and it's the 3-yearly long-term plan when we set the targets. So we will be coming to you over the next 18 months, and setting the level of service measures is a key task related input into the long-term plan. So that's when we will, one of the first jobs is to look at our group of activity structure, and then look at the level of service that we provide and the measures that we use and the targets. So that will definitely be coming to you as a table to reset your targets. And some just in response to Councillor Ormsby's question, some of the targets are stretch and they are actually like the Lagoima one, we've set a target slightly higher than the statutory requirement. So that's all things that we will get you to reconsider as part of the long-term plan development.
You've got another one. So that's actually under, although Chris Stolley is not here, under asset management. We see that we've got a yellow dot there, and it's to do with maintenance of infrastructure and assets. I think I would just make a comment on that. I would ask the question, why is that? Why actually are we behind on that? And a following comment to me is that this is such an important area of work that this is actually page 16, this is such an important work from a public perspective. We've just had last Saturday 3 years of the cyclone, and I would say that we're actually indicating that we're actually behind on maintenance is a really worrying fact. Often I hear we're no safer than we were prior to the cyclone. So once again, it's an optic, which is really important. So my question is why? But I think Chris is not here, so my point is we should, as an organisation, we actually should be right on top of that one, all over it.
Through you, Chair, I can maybe help with that. There's a paper coming to Council next week, I think, so there's some budget pressures inside that piece, seeking to use some of the operating reserve, so that we do get to that target. So paper's coming.
Good, thank you. You're thinking about it, it's much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McElroy.
Thank you, Chair. My question is around another one around the PCA, and it's more about where is the monitoring taking place in proximity to Osprey TB areas? Visitor Richard.
Sorry, could you just repeat the question?
So with relation to the monitoring areas,
Yes.
hectares you've mentioned in the report, where are those monitoring areas, the 173,000 hectares and 5,000 hectares in proximity to the Osprey TB areas? So are we on border? Yes, because that's important to
It is,
TB.
and we obviously work very closely with Osprey, so there's a high degree of alignment in terms of what it is that we're actually looking to monitor, and particularly against their program. So there is alignment. I haven't got the actual sites for you, but I can actually get those so that we can actually demonstrate the alignment in terms of that consistency.
So supplementary. So I suppose I just want to really get some sort of visual on that proximity, and you know, the closer we are to a potential Osprey TB area, I would hope that's where the monitoring is taking place, and I'd like to know where with the cost savings, where we were not monitoring.
Yes.
And I see the RTC, but it'll be interesting to also see what the Osprey RTC figures are as well. Thank you.
I'll get that information.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Happy to move, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Sears, seconder. Thank you. Would you like to speak to those?
Yes, thank you, I would. Thank you again for the report. It's normal that we would pick up all the places that we see reds and yellows, but I just want to acknowledge how many greens when I first came in as the chair of the Environment and Integrated Catchments Committee. In our very first report that came, I think I had 4 reds in that area. You know, we're all green but one now. So I think there's certainly been significant changes in the level of reporting and the quality of reporting, but also in outcomes. I really see that over these last year. So I want to acknowledge how many greens, how much good work's being done, and particularly as Councillor Van Beek's brought up, the process by which we are seeing the results of the questioning, i.e. the asset management. particularly, wasn't it? Yeah. So thank you to everyone for that, and I'm really pleased to move the paper.
Thank you. So I'll put a motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. We will now break for lunch and reconvene at 12:40 to give us that half an hour break. I have asked if Councillor Van Beek would like to do us the honour, since it was a fellow countryman who passed, to maybe do our bless our kai with the national language, the Dutch language. So
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for asking that. And by the way, I knew him well. He was a fellow orchardist. And while my sister was still here in New Zealand, I often would spend birthday parties sitting next to him and learning a lot from him. A powerhouse, the family Vogelaar in Holland, in the horticulture industry, but they were a powerhouse here as well. And he was a giant of a man, but very soft-spoken, and I've learned a lot from him. And he also was very closely acquainted to Conrad as well. So you spent Christmases with him, with the family, so
30 years.
We're actually quite close related to that. So I'll just ask for a blessing over the food. Normally in my culture, it's not just a blessing over the food. What is actually on our mind, we would pray about as well. But I would save you the issue that you have to go to your media and just go and scroll through your media while I do my prayer.
Okay.
So we won't go there. So we'll just ask for a blessing over the food. Onze Vader in de hemel, zijde, we vragen u voor de zegen over dit eten dat hier voor ons staat, voor de gift dat u ons heeft gegeven, dat we niet mogen hebben elke dag, maar dat onze borden altijd overvloedig zijn. We vragen ook dat u wilt zijn met Ineke en de Vogelaar family gedurende hun bedriften. Dit vragen we allemaal in Jezus' naam. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Welcome back, councillors. Thank you. And we now re-adjourn, and we will start with 4.8 on page 131, our PCA, which is our health and safety update. And I'd just like to welcome Will Roberts.
Good afternoon, everybody. Lovely to see everybody here. My understanding is that we'll sit down a little. Any of those four? I know. Last time I stood up in front of a crowd, I felt I'd been accused of something.
You may sit.
Yeah. So you have my presentation in front of you, so I'd welcome any questions if we can take it as read.
Open for questions.
I just want to make sure I'm on the right one. 4.8.
4.8 on page 131.
Yes. In determining the risks that you have down there, and I saw the explanation on that, is there some note comparing going on with other councils, particularly regional councils, to know what they have and to see if there's anything in theirs that's relevant to us that we don't have?
Yes, there is. I'm part of the Regional Council's Health and Safety SIG group, and we have monthly catch-ups and discussions around the commonality of risk and trends. So, yes, to answer your question shortly.
Thank you.
Councillor
Do you think the people at our front desk are at risk from the public?
I believe there is an inherent risk of anybody that has communication with the public, certainly in the current climate, and that would vary from an increased risk to a low risk, but nonetheless it's always going to be present. There is training going on in regard to confrontation, dealing with confrontation there is. I've already rolled that out. That was drafted probably a month and a half ago. I rolled it out to the people that are on the buses, the females that are currently doing the bus service. And during March, I'm going to escalate that training further to start encompassing people that are out with front-facing public.
Thank you.
Councillor, I can add to that as well, that in our reception we have put in place, I don't know what the technical term is, I'm going to call them panic procedures, such that we can shut off particular parts of the building and alerting goes on to allow us to respond to those incidents should they occur on premise.
Yeah, there is a lockdown process available, as well as panic alarms and such and CCTV.
Councillor Fairbank.
Yeah, would it have been possible in the to give us a progress of how we're tracking compared to previous years? I think from memory we actually used to get that it was actually we could see whether we're actually tracking well versus other years and what events we are having. Is that possible that may be put in place?
It is possible, yes. I wasn't aware of that, but we can certainly provide some limited data. And it would be limited because I would have to go back through systems that are inherently problematic. But we can certainly have a look at providing that information.
Oh, okay, there is one.
Well, that's
Yeah, I have
part
provided
of
something there.
that, the organisational report, and then yours is a more detailed picture, as I understand it, of the particular risks that you're highlighting.
Yes.
Is that how we're?
Yeah.
So this is the general overview. And
It is,
It
yeah,
is, okay.
yeah,
And then yours, we're thinking in this committee, we'll see the specific risks raised. Yeah. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Through you, Chair. Thanks.
And it's only mainly to do because the graph that is given in the report, the paper that we're discussing right now, is actually quite small and detailed, and you really have to spend quite a bit of time zooming in, zooming out what we're actually looking at. So it's a lot of work, and it's very hard to actually give that graphically or in data.
Thank you. Councillor Ormsby.
Thank you, Chair. Do you mind if I can ask a question about a specific incident? Is that okay? Yep. Okay, it's pertaining to the Awatoto. There was a near miss that was reported. So could you just let us know what were the critical controls that failed or were weak to make it a near miss?
The matter in question relates, I'll give everybody a brief understanding of what it was.
Thank you.
There was an electrical discharge to a degree, not quite fully, obviously, because the fail-safes that were in place in terms of following protocols were adhered to. It was an issue with the connection in relation to providing generator power, should an event occur, of course. A report and investigation was completed. That was forwarded to the GM. And in fact, I'll be meeting with the GM Friday, I believe, to go through that report and to look at some of the findings from it. Why or how it was termed as a hazardous or high hazard, high risk, is because of the nature of electricity, the voltage fundamentally, and had that then arced or indeed been full contact, then it could have caused a problem. But the fail-safes followed by the contractors assigned to conduct that work, and the protocols, the SOPs and such like, were followed. SOPs being standard operating procedures. They were followed, and the error or the issue was picked up before any contact could be made.
Okay, so through your reporting, there'll be immediate changes that will need to be implemented? That report?
There are recommendations based on the report, but I would submit that it's not solely my decision as to what changes would take place. It would become a consultative process, and that consultative process would involve not just the contractors, but also the people and, or rather, the department that oversees that area, and that'll be based. So it'll be me and the team working with them. But I must also stress as well that from March, from next month onwards, we're going to be carrying out a number of safety audits, and those safety audits will also become a regular thing that's going to happen, and it's designed to pick up on processes and current safety systems that are in place. And again, we'll be working with various departments because everything has to be a consultative process.
And I just want to support that goes ahead and that there won't be any residual risk remaining once that work's done.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you then.
Just making sure that, you know, that is attended to in the way that you've described together with some of the contractors. So there's no residual risk to continue.
Yeah. Consultation, there's no point in us setting something if we don't consult with contractors or whichever body is going to carry out the work. It has to be a joint operation, really.
Through you, Chair, there's going to be some updates, I think, from Mr. Dolly in his paper to Council next week around the electrical checks that are now needed as a result of that incident.
Yep.
Thank you.
Where we've got generators.
I'll pick up on that there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Curtin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to go to, this is on page 131, the driving risks, described as critical risk. I've got an associated question around continuous access or continuous exposure to vehicle fumes, particularly for our excavator or operating those around diesel engines. Is that on the radar in terms of a risk to those staff for continuous use of in association with particularly diesel vehicles?
There's two aspects or two answers to that particular question. The first one is a standard operating procedure would prevent or make recommendations and set rules in place in regard to how you operate around a particular piece of equipment or a vehicle, for instance, to make sure you don't stand in its exhaust areas and so on, because it would be a blind spot anyway. And secondly, there's the aspect of training around where people are potentially going to be exposed to that. Then we have fit testing, respirators that are issued, and obviously a risk assessment would, in all circumstances, where possible, ensure that staff aren't placed at risk, because that's the purpose of conducting a risk assessment, really, to look at residual and keeping them safe. But if there is a necessity to operate in an environment that has a potential risk, then we have the right PPE to be issued. And the fit testing is appropriate to make sure the people understand how to wear the respirator. And more importantly, of course, to make sure the respirator fits the person correctly.
Well, I appreciate that side of it, but are we monitoring the, if you like, the emissions from our vehicles to see whether in fact they are emitting contaminants, and two, are we looking at preventative measures such as filtration or catalytic converters to mitigate vehicle fumes?
To a degree, and I apologise, I can't answer your question fully because I don't oversee the vehicle fleet. My understanding is that the vehicles we currently use are up to standard, and the aim is also to reduce our emissions. So if I were to answer that as best as I possibly could, I would say yes. Can I confirm that? No. Would you like me to confirm it back to you? I'll certainly do that.
I'd like you to just examine that and explore whether the vehicles do have appropriate emissions control with them, and to report back to us on any exposure that staff are facing.
Yeah, I will certainly find out for you, but I would say yes is normally probably the best answer, really.
What vehicles are you?
Well, we operate mowers continuously from 10 hours a day, and we've got excavators and the works group, etc. In fact, we've got our fleet of diesel-powered utilities. So my question is, are the leading cause of death from vehicle use across the region? What measures are we taking to monitor that and to mitigate any effects from nitrous oxide and particulate matter coming from
So the
our
vehicle
diesel?
death, not accidents, you're talking about?
No, these are passive deaths causing death to people and to serious respiratory illness.
Councillor, I can confirm that we do vehicle emissions monitoring and reporting. I can confirm that we do that. The second half of looking at that around emissions control, potential harm to health, etc. I'll have to dive into that one a little bit deeper. So we'll come back to you on that, along with the number of petrol versus diesel vehicles from the previous section.
You know where I'm going with
Is this a Transport Committee meeting, or am I in the wrong meeting?
Any further questions?
It's just a comment. It's good to see that the bee stings are down. One time we actually had a whole array of bee stings. That was the issue at the time. But it's all down, so you've done a fantastic job. Are they all wearing suits? Is that excavators in their...
Yeah, we do try our best.
Good, thank you. Maybe suits that keep bees and diesel fumes out.
Yeah.
Bubble wrap, maybe?
I think if there's no more further questions, if we would like to move those recommendations received. Report. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. And would you like to speak on this?
Yes, I would like to, actually. And thank you very much for giving us the option. We don't always get the option. I only have noticed that you've done that once, Mrs. Yee, but you're doing a fantastic job. When the first time I was sworn in as a councillor, I took it very serious to be a councillor, and that we have a lot of staff. And it's one of our key responsibilities as governors that we make sure that our staff are being kept safe. So I really appreciate the work that you and your team are doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'll move that motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to 4.9, which is on page 140, and it's Karina. Kia ora, Karina.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Karina Campbell toko ingoa, and I have met some of you over the years with the various hats that I have worn in council, and today I'm here to discuss the paper with an update on the programme that we are currently doing internally around our business continuity plan and our incident management planning internally. I'm happy to take the paper as read. There are a couple of key points just to highlight. So this is a review and a refresh of our internal delivery of emergency management activities. And if you think of it like a stool, there are 3 legs to this stool. The first leg of it being our business continuity plan, which is ensuring that we continue operating essential functions and services during and following a business disruption to our organisation. The second leg of the stool would be incident management planning, where we are responding and managing any incident or emergency, either internal or external, that impacts Hawkesbury Regional Council and or our community. And then the third leg of that stool are our responsibilities to support civil defence during a civil defence event. So our review and refresh of this programme is ensuring that we are raising staff's awareness around the roles and responsibilities in an emergency, because there are very different types of emergencies that can happen. It's providing clarity and easy to execute plans. It's providing opportunities to upskill and lots of training and scenarios. And from a sustainability perspective and knowledge management perspective. So we are in the point in the programme where we have just completed our review of our BCP, our business continuity. Our BCP, there you go. Let's use the jargon. And that was adopted in December 2025. There are a couple more essential functions that we're just processing through to complete that process. And that will then be handed over to our colleagues in our risk and assurance team that you met earlier today from a shared services perspective, to ensure that that is reviewed and monitored on a regular basis through that controlled documents process. The incident management planning programme is one that I am just kick-starting at the moment. So we're in a current state analysis stage, and there's a number of aspects to that. So that was my short, not short, key points. Happy to take any questions.
Yeah, open the floor. Councillor Sears.
Kia ora, thank you. Through you, Chair. Thank you. Great to see this. We talked a lot about this last year and how we were going to start to understand and strip out the business continuity, really triggered by understanding the flood response, actually. So I'm interested in understanding, as a really specific example, because it will show how this would play out, how would this process mean that when we got to an event, our batteries weren't flat, our systems weren't robust, our telemetry wasn't vulnerable? How would we be seeing and assuring all the way through so that we know if something is coming, this process is constantly capturing it?
Thank you. Perfect question. We have what we would call essential functions. So we have 21 essential functions that have been identified as core to the services that we provide as an organisation and to our community. And the likes of vehicles and generators, etc., are part of those. For each of those essential functions, they have each got a specific document that identifies the core equipment that's necessary, the core people that are necessary, It identifies if an event happens, what alternatives might be available, what's the downtime, etc. So that is held with the responsibility of each subject matter expert within the organisation, and it's reviewed on a regular basis. As part of this programme and this refresh, we actually went through every single one of those essential functions throughout the organisation, and we reviewed those to ensure that they are up to date. They are available both online in our Emergency Management Hub and in hard copy form throughout every single Hawke's Bay Regional Council office, so that if in the event the person who would usually be responsible for managing those, if they're not available, it's there for others to be able to step in as deputies and actually take over control of that. We've also taken it from start to finish with regards to our activation and a process workflow, so that staff can understand what might trigger the BCP versus a business as usual incident that they can manage as well.
Supplementary? So as a committee that sees the 21 essential functions, how would we see through audit and risk each time that all of those have been reviewed, are in process, are current? Are you expecting this table to become more populated with just reviewed, currently current, or something like that?
So happy to report at the current state, within our BCP, part of what we provided was the date that they are next up for review, plus a link to the internal document. So right now, if anybody needed to reference it, it is completely up to date. What we are also going to ensure is that, again, with our colleagues from Risk and Assurance, who you met earlier, as part of their Risk and Assurance activities and register, is it's part of that controlled documents process. So it's automatically on the radar for regular monitoring and controlling as well. That also means too is that if something happens in the interim and there's a change in staff, etc., it can actually be updated at that moment in time, but again through a controlled documents process.
Thank you, Karina. Can I add to that further? To me, that is the procedural control, but then there's a practical control as well. And so we do have a desire to also include a testing schedule and making sure that we're not just signing off the form and going, yeah, this is the right process. Have we actually proven that we can execute against it? So we're looking to supplement our, I'm going to call it attestation framework, to include testing.
Brilliant.
And we can bring that to this table to say this is the test schedule, and this is when these will be executed.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Councillor Van.
So the BCP you said is online, so we actually can find that.
It's online on our internal intranet.
So governors can't look at that?
I believe you don't have access to our internal intranet, but I am very happy to provide that to you along with the essential function documents after this too.
Okay, very good. Then my second question is, if I may, Mr. Chair is doing such a good job, can you give me a brief explanation what flood resilience looks like in the BCP? Give us a broad picture.
I would love to. However, it's currently in the middle of being processed. So we have just completed the draft of the essential function document. We haven't, it's one of those 3 new ones that were identified. So that and land management and GIS, we're just in the throes of finishing the processing of that. So I could read you what's in our draft, but it wouldn't be the final product of that, if you like.
Really in the report it should say in progress, not new, because new tells me it's a new one. Ask me all about it. Anyway.
It is a new one. It's in the throes of being processed, if that makes sense.
Next time.
Absolutely.
Be yourself.
Yes.
Can I also further elaborate, which is when we separate the BCP out from the incident response, I suppose. And I'll pick one from here, one I don't know particularly well, but I'm going to pick hydrology flood warning. And in a BCP, if I'm wearing a BCP hat, the question to answer here is, if we lose first line connectivity, do I have second line, do I have third line? Are there backups in place? Can we still operate a flood warning infrastructure. That is what our BCP is going to look at. So I'm looking at Mike. It's similar with with technology. If the system goes down, how do we get it back up and running? What are our backup plans? It's very much, in my view, a disaster recovery position. Then it's the incident management. If there is a flood, what is our job? Who do we need to be on call? So I just want to be really clear that those two differentials between the BCP and the incident management plan or response are quite well understood at this table, because they are different flavours. One is about disaster recovery. How do we set up those functions to make sure that they can operate? And the other one is about what is their job to do in an emergency. Just want to make sure that's super clear.
Yeah, and I get that, because yesterday, once again, I was reminded it was a shaft of a generator that broke, and hence we didn't actually have sight over what was actually happening in the Rohi. So once again, I think that would be something under flood resilience. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and to give you councillors an example of what happened over the last weekend. So we didn't need business continuity for the last weekend, but we stood up our incident management team. So with that incoming forecast, Chris Dolly and then subsequently Katrina Brunton were our incident controllers. They had a team working with them, which included operations team and the works group who are out in the field, and included the flood forecasters, etc. So there's 15 or 20 people who are part of that incident management team. We co-located for this incident with the Civil Defence Group office here, because it was largely a flood-related incident. And that process ran. We also had staff that we put in to help the Hawke's Bay Group office, CDEM Group office. So they had regional council staff seconded into them over that weekend. So that was a real practical example over this weekend, and I think the Chair came in and saw some of it in action during that process. So both of those elements involved the regional council, and both were up and running.
Okay. Councillor Ormsby.
Kia ora, Chair, and just to support what you said, Nick, around the great job that was done over the weekend, and obviously from the building of processes and learnings from what we've been through the last year, we really saw it come into play. So thank you very much. My question is around our E&E review, and apologies if you've already answered this, but how is business continuity built into the E&E review, and what comes out of the E&E review?
I can take that.
Yes,
That's a tricky one. It's how is business continuity built into the E&E review? First and foremost, our job is to make sure that those essential functions can continue to operate regardless of the size, shape, structure of this organisation. So in a way, I see it as a slightly separate accountability. There is no impact on these essential functions under the E&E review that I am aware of.
Will there become a time where it needs to be attended to in a different phase of the E&E review?
Through you, Chair, I think there's a... It's difficult to work
It is a
out.
tricky question.
Yeah, I think there is a point as we shape the organisation size and functions that there's a critical mass to deliver a bunch of these functions, and if you reduce that critical mass too far, you have to realise it comes with removing the ability to carry out essential functions. And I think the critical part of the advice that myself and the ELT need to provide to council is, do we hit any of those thresholds as we adapt the size and structure of the organisation to the future?
Great, thank you. Good answer.
Yeah, it is.
Councillor Parsons.
Just getting back to the incident management plan. I don't know who this is for, but just whoever wants to answer me. So Like, that's quite, it's amazing what's there. And based on the fact that we've just had a recent incident, do you review that against what happened and say, well, this is what we've done really well, this is what we need to maybe do better? And have you compared it to Cyclone Gabrielle?
Happy to answer that one if that's okay at this moment in time. Yes and yes and yes.
Great.
Is what I would say. You heard Pip mention this morning, continuous improvement is the key to what we're actually doing. And the whole purpose of this programme is to ensure that we are actually reviewing, we are learning from our lessons, we are doing what we need to do to ensure that we are being the most efficient and effective in responding to, managing and then recovering from any incident or event that happens to us, both internally and externally.
I'm just thinking because of flood. One, it would be a great marketing tool for you right now, that how well everyone performed, because I think that's what the community want to hear and see. But two, obviously, I mean, this would have come from the review as well, wouldn't it? The flood review, that these things should have been.
My understanding of the incident management plans is that they are a continuous evolution of lessons learned. So Karina's role is really to sit down with whoever is accountable for these responses, make sure that they believe that they have got it as accurate as it needs to be and is aligned with the lessons from past and is aligned with our resourcing profiles as it can be. Thank you.
Councillor McElroy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure who I'm directing the question at. I'm just mindful that it's the 3rd year anniversary just recently of Cyclone Gabrielle. And I'm just looking at, in the report, the hydrology flood warning system. Knowing that the river height equipment we've got in place in some of the bridges and that for the river height, that would inform the flood modelling. And Gabrielle, they got wiped out. They were wiped out just before, I think, midnight. Power went down, blah, blah, blah. So it's been 3 years, and I'm still sort of concerned that we are so dependent on these things working. What's the backup for that? Because that data and that informs the modelling, and therefore I'm just presuming that informs what the local council's going to do and the regional council's advice is to, it's going to hit this area, blah, blah, blah. But when that measure disappears, what's the backup? And it's been 3 years.
I can take part of that, and then I'm happy to.
Just start.
Oh, you go for it, Nick.
So happy. We probably took some papers actually in the last training to council, just talking about the resilience that's been built into that system. So maybe if I dug them out and provided you some copies, but very broadly in my non-technical language, we have done a number of things. One of those is to make sure that our power supplies have got redundancy built into them. And I think we've taken the ownership of the management of the power supplies at our key telemetry site repeaters up on the hilltops, back under our own wing. And Mr. Wakeland's nodding at me, so I've got that piece right, which is good. We've also keep a running brief on the generator that operates this building if we should lose power here, because there's no point in receiving the intel into this building if we can't then process it. And then for the sites themselves, we used to rely, I think, on a single mode of transmission, and we've now got analogue, digital and satellite. So we've built as much redundancy as we think we can into that system, so that if one of those breaks down, the other system can take over. We locate them as best we can. There is always a danger of them getting washed away in those rugged environments. the other part of it that we've looked to do is to actually put some physical markers out on there for communities. You know, in an event the size of Gabriel, some stuff is going to get damaged. So it's red, yellow and green markers on bridges and so on, and we're looking to make that information as available as we can. And cameras set up, and I know the cameras at, in Whitehall for the Mouth have been pretty useful alongside your social media. So we've looked to build as much redundancy. That's my non-technical version of it. Happy to provide the technical update if that would help, that we did last year.
Thank you.
Councillor Parsons.
Is there any plan to give those triggers to the public? So, I mean, it's all very well knowing the water's up to here on a bridge. How do we know when to evacuate so that the onus is not just on...
Yep. So there's a piece of work underway. The kind of goes back to the earlier conversation we had around roles and responsibilities. We are working with civil defence and the territorial authorities on what those triggers might be, and I think there are 3 initial communities that's being worked through with. Ultimately, the advice will come from the TAs on evacuation. So they're working with those communities, but what I agree with entirely is if people feel that they're in harm's way, the best thing is for people to move. They don't need to wait to be told. So us putting things like markers on bridges, we're looking to try and use some local landmarks. I think there's a few in Whitehall. You know, when the water gets to the boat, to the yacht club, people know there that, and they need to start getting nervous about it coming onto Korpu Road. So those pilots with those 3 communities are looking for those kind of triggers that people see in their daily lives.
I mean, with respect, a lot of people knew because they were up to their knees in water when they woke up. So, you know, that feeling of should I go or shouldn't I was a wee bit too late. So it's encouraging to hear this. It truly is. To pick up on, I think it might have been Councillor Lambert said before, you know, we're a wee way down the line and people are saying, well, are we safer now than we've ever been? I haven't heard that from my community for a long time. So just to encourage you all to actually people are feeling safer. And my community, but that's probably because we've got a Duty Great Stop Bank coming up the Wazoo behind us, which is fantastic. But I haven't heard that for a long time. So it's going, I think, going really well.
Thank you. And I think the next stage of that flood forecasting, I think if you go on the website now to the flow piece on rivers, you can see what's happening, you know, with an hour's delay on it. The next piece is to put forecast heights in there. So to be able to build the software so that we can say this is what we expect to be happening and seeing in 3 years' time. And that information is then linked to alert levels and trigger levels. Because I agree, look, we have to empower people to make decisions as best they can for themselves, alongside what the formal pieces that agencies do. You know, a little bit like the long, strong, get gone kind of message.
Exactly. That's an easy one, isn't it? Because the earthquake sort of alerts you pretty quickly. Yeah, that's great.
Thank you. Councillor Curtin.
Well, I want to follow up on Councillor Parsons' line of questioning on this, because perception is one thing, but our job is to provide assurance that it's real, and you know, we can assure the public that we've got that in place. And the question is relating actually to how we manage these 3 papers. We've got business continuity and incident management, current paper. We then move into, which includes hydrology flood warning. Then we've got our CDEM Group activity update, and then we go into information communication technology update. So what I'd like to know is, where is the line of accountability in terms of this committee's process, in terms of capturing what's going on there, the assurance processes. So we've traversed, the Chief Executive's traversed the early warning system and infrastructure that's engaged there, which is multifaceted. It's just not a gauge somewhere. It's communicating that to the control, it's communicating to the public, etc. So it's an integrated process. So where should we put reporting on that? Which paper should that go to? And what format should that take so we are ticking all the boxes in our assurance process? Can you help me there? Question.
Good question, and I'm gonna answer it, and Karina will tell me if I'm right or wrong. I think again I'm gonna take a two-prong approach to answering your question. Firstly, at a macro level, we have our essential functions and the hazards that we are accountable for responding to. Each of those will be subject to a regular attestation, etc. So at a really high level, you'll get assurance that these essential functions and our incident plans are being regularly reviewed, signed off and tested at a high level with no corresponding detail. To dive into your second question, how do you really know then that for what we're putting in place for flood, for example, is appropriate for your communities? My suggestion is that we deep dive into, almost like the way we do with risk potentially, we deep dive into each of those on a cadence basis and agree a schedule, and we bring up the owner of those risks or functions or plans, however we term it, and we bring them to the table to talk through what's in place now and what are the plans going forward. I'm throwing it out there.
Would you mind if I follow on to supplementary, because this is really, really important going forward. Essentially, I was coming to that internal ownership, which you've referred to, and so far today we've had the organisational report, which has an element of civil defence monitoring in it. We've got this your incident and this current paper, which falls into your orbit, and then we've got civil defence, which falls into your colleague Katrina's orbit, and then we've got information communication technology update, which I guess is sitting with you. So we've got, if you like, elements of this sitting in different places, and what I'm suggesting is that we somehow merge this into one reporting format. Ultimately, it can sit others, but ultimately it comes into one format, and I'm suggesting that the civil defence paper is where it is the best home for it. So it's got our monitoring of the group activities under challenging contest, as we know, and then our internal stuff that we've got a framework to work to and to progressively review over time. And the question here is the information technology your brief? Information and comms technology sit with you, or does it sit with assets, or does it sit with Katrina and civil defence? Where does it sit with ELT?
So I'll answer that question. So firstly, I think, yes, there is the potential to align emergency preparedness into a single report covering CDEM, BCP, IMP, and there are elements of technology related to emergency preparedness around technical resilience, and that would sit in there. The ICT paper that you have in front of you today is a bit broader than that. It talks about capital projects, it talks about delivery risk in some particular areas, slightly separate from the emergency thing. So I think there could be value, as you rightly identify, in terms of splitting out emergency preparedness and monitoring from the other types of risk that we see in that ICT area. Regardless, ICT does fall in underneath. Yeah.
Further questions? No, thank you. Well, so thank you, Karina. We'll just take the recommendations to the committee as received. It's the report. Could I please have someone to Councillor Ackroy, seconder? Thank you. Councillor Van Beek, would you like to speak on this?
No, thank you. Not this time.
It's really important, all of these agenda items are really important, but, but you can see we're all delving into maybe some of the detail. based on experience, you know, so, no, thank you for the mahi. Kia ora.
Thank you. So I'll put that motion that we accept those. All in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving now to 4.10, which is page 145. And I'd like to invite up Gavin and Katrina to present our CDEM Group key activities update.
Gavin's here, right?
Sorry.
It's just Katrina.
Just me, Chair. This is the first report that you will receive from the Joint Committee, KEG and Joint Committee. I will take the paper as read. Just a few key things to highlight. That we have obviously completed the HBCDEMO, that is the Hawke's Bay Civil Defence Emergency Management Office restructure. And that concluded prior to Christmas, and we went out to market with new roles. Over that time, we have recruited to some of those roles, and we are going back out to market on some roles that have not been filled. We are currently negotiating a lease with Hastings District Council in terms of the Emergency Management Office that is currently, or has been in Linden Road for quite some time, and entering into a shared office arrangement or their other for business as usual activities as Hastings District Council grow their responsiveness and activity for emergency management. They are needing the space as well, so we're working out how we're going to share that space and what happens and when. We will take that up to KEG and Joint Committee. A paper was already taken to KEG and Joint Committee on that matter, and a decision was made that it was absolutely necessary that the Emergency Management Office was in a building that escapes me now. I'm IL4, thank you, Nick, which is the most resilient for earthquake structure. So we are working through that. We have undertaken the Emergency Management Office has undertaken a significant amount of training and capability development over the year, the past year, calendar year, and are increasing that this year as well. We have assigned a service level agreement in place, and so there is lots of work to do, but the team have done quite a bit already. And I think lastly, but importantly, we did make submissions both from the group through the Joint Committee to the Emergency Management Bill, and also from HBRC as the administering authority. We presented to Select Committee this morning, Chair Sophie through the Joint Committee and Shane, and again Sophie and myself from HBRC's perspective as administering authority. And I've received already some really good feedback on those presentations from local MP Katie Nimmin, who was sitting in the room at the time. And that concludes my update. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Just a very quick
Councillor
one. I tried to get on that link to see the submission, but it wouldn't let me. Oh, it might be a me thing. It's not a criticism. It's just I was quite interested to see it.
I can circulate the link.
Thank you.
If you like.
It just said click here to have a look at it online, and it wouldn't let me.
There are 2 submissions. I'm happy to send both of them.
Be great.
I'm happy to circulate both.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ormsby.
Sure, thank you. Thanks for the update, Katrina. Was there an intention for the councillors to have input into those submissions?
Through Chair, the HBRC submission was a very short submission regarding our administering authority functions, and unfortunately we didn't have time to bring it, so we didn't. The Chair, I I can't remember, Sophie, whether you did or not, sorry.
I think I shared, confused now if I shared the joint committee one, certainly.
Oh, we shared it via email, yes we did. And we asked for input, and I don't think I received any feedback on that one in particular. And certainly the Emergency Management Office submission went through joint committee and feedback.
I might have to have a check.
Yeah.
I don't think
I haven't seen it.
It went to the
No.
chair. Both we're given time. The internal one was just a discussion.
It's okay. Past tense.
It was amongst all of the other submissions that we were doing over Christmas. It may have been lost.
Unfortunate. Okay. Thank you.
Was there, through you, Chair, was there a particular piece? Do you want me to run through the main submission points?
I'll just
Have a
read
look.
through it.
I might, Chair, through you, would it be useful if I gave a little bit of an update on committee?
Thank you.
First of all, I will make a point, picking up on Councillor Ormsby's around our submissions. We were very clear in our first 2 points from both the Joint Committee and this organisation that the top issues were the capacity to fund, given that it's an $82 million expectation with some of the upgrades in the bill. But second, one of our top priorities was iwi Māori involvement, given that they're expected to be involved in the planning stages of all the development and in all the response phases, but again, against all the advice of the 3 different reviews, are denied input at a governance table. So those were our first 2 main points, and then we went on with some quite specific information around roles and responsibilities, and you can watch the select committee submissions to see that. But I think we came into our first civil defence emergency meeting. Craig from Wairau, Craig Little, is the only member that has previously been on that committee, 3 new mayors and myself. So we came straight into understanding the transformation strategy and the rollout of that. And for those of you that saw that meeting, you'll see that there was already some early question and a little bit of conflict in that meeting around whether or not that had been adopted or not. So we're still actually working through those issues. But I think the most important thing for me to highlight is having taken on that committee and seeing a whole transformation strategy that is being designed to address the problems brought up in those reviews, that as a committee we really need to understand that those actions will deliver the outcomes that they are expecting from the transformation. So what we are building for our next committee meeting is some really specific assurance pieces around being able to watch this is being implemented, is it delivering what we expected? And I think probably as councillors, one of the clearest things that we need to understand is one of the biggest criticisms of this whole response was it had become too centralised, as we know from 2014, where we sucked in all the volunteer CDEM or civil defence capacity in our regions, i.e. Waimarama, where we had a very big volunteer base. Those were sucked into the centre, and the territorial authorities at that stage really stepped back from what they thought was no longer their responsibility. In fact, under the legislation, they still had an absolute pivotal role in maintaining civil defence capacity for individual response. This transformation strategy, as I hope those of you who were here last term will remember, has put more money into creating our group centralised system to be bigger, stronger, better, faster, tons more training, tons more capacity. That is absolutely centralised, but the individual territorial authorities now are expected to pick up their own internal capacity. And as an example, Central Hawke's Bay is committing 400,000, 26-27 to theirs. That's a 1.5% rate increase just for their ratepayers, separate from what comes through here for Joint Committee. Hastings District Council over $1 million for 26-27. So huge investment by the TAs to deal with the issue of the local response separate from the group response. And I think that's something that we've got to get really clear about, and if we're speaking in our community, explain. If Napier floods, that is not a group activity at that point, that's a Napier city council response until A, it becomes region-wide, or B, they become overwhelmed. So that's the kind of pieces that we're trying just to tease out in the new committee. You'll remember we spent quite a long time with Matt going through that transformation strategy, and we were very pleased with it. So it's just working through those challenges, just making sure all 5 councils are signed up to that, and we're moving forward. And you'll see in this paper the service level agreement. That is the agreement that each council has signed to do those individual pieces of work. So that's kind of where we're at. And in March, there'll be a meeting bringing some of this back. And please, I think it's really useful if councillors are watching, you can come and watch from here as well. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Great update. Thank you. Councillor Ormsby.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. This is probably for you, Nick, the service level agreements with our TAs. Is the plan still to support the TAs through this annual plan, ready for long-term plan, to be more separate funding streams through our own councils?
Yes, so we recognise that if we jump straight into... So we used to have a system where the group office had things called EMAs, Emergency Management Advisors, who were then essentially put to the districts to help them. We, as part of the restructure, removed those roles, and as an interim measure, we provided essentially the value of those roles to each of the TAs to help them build their capability. There'll be a negotiation to come as to whether that process continues, but as the chair's, the council chair has just said, and most of those TAs are now looking to develop their own capacity and their own funding streams. So I think that will disappear over time. We are conscious of the smallest TAs having enough capability, and what does the region need to do to support them, particularly through to our colleagues to the north of us. The SLA will get renegotiated. I think it's due for review in the coming year, so that we can all go into an LTP really clear about what our funding streams look like. I'm sorry if I lost the thread of your conversation there, but hopefully that feels all.
Thank you.
Councillor McElroy.
Oh, it's a little bit of a comment and then a question. Thank you, Chair. Through you, I'm not quite sure. So I'm just going to comment from a personal experience, and I'm glad that Councillor Spears brought up the iwi Māori involvement and when we were in an event, and most especially marae. Marae, and time again, stand up because we have a capacity and capability of standing up our marae at a moment's notice and feeding hundreds of people, accommodating them. They need a shower, etc., like that, you know. So, you know, at home, it was a conversation between the Mayor and Deputy Mayor and myself that opened up our marae on the North Clyde side, Hinamihi, and we were catering for about 650 people. That marae was never meant to cater for 650 people a day, twice a day, feeding them. And the thing here is the important part that we play, and that will always, because it's Manaaki, it's aroha. It doesn't matter who you are, we open our doors and look after you. And we had to, at the beginning, we were people emptying their freezers, and we were feeding the community as we were digging ourselves out of the mud. So, you know, I did watch the hui the other day on from the 24th of 2025, and I did note the Niki Chair's kōrero. One part of his kōrero was around, and I understand the current legislation, I really appreciate that in the submission this was acknowledged, but he said, "Mau taima." I'm sitting here, you know, he's the chair of Niki, and he only has speaking rights, doesn't really have a say, yet the part we play in the community, looking after the community, is not being acknowledged to the level of having a decision-making right. So I fully, you know, support what he was saying. There was also another matter he mentioned, because at that time the former chair of Tātou Tata, Leon Symes, was sitting in the hui. Now, I'm not quite sure, was he representing all the PSGs or was he just representing our PSG? And so why aren't the other PSGs, which is 9, why aren't they sitting there? And then, so my question is, how is their time and input being used effectively in meetings? And I noticed in the summary of the hui, and had I not watched the hui myself, that kōrero wasn't mentioned.
Kia ora, Chair. I might take team this. Look, agree absolutely that the value of, and we've just seen it in Tairawhiti and in Tauranga and Bay of Plenty, the importance and value of marae in that first response. And I think it was part of decentralising civil defence so that the local response is local, is that those relationships that you've just articulated is with the marae and your local mayor to make those arrangements. A group office based in Hastings or in Napier is never going to be able to do that for the whole region. So we really need that local connection to be in place. I agree that the submission process, we have highlighted and raised that issue through Chair Sophie and Katrina, that we are expecting an awful lot of iwi Māori, but not giving them a right to have a voice at that table in terms of a voting place. And so I think the majority of civil defence organisations around the country have raised that issue with government. As to why we ended up with 2 representatives on the Joint Committee, I'm afraid it's before my time, so I'm not entirely sure. From memory, Leon's role was to be there on behalf of a wider constituency than purely Tātou. But I'm kind of speculating because I'm afraid I wasn't around. Would you like to?
Kia ora, I can fill that gap. I think all of the PSGEs were invited in 2023 to appoint a representative, and there was only 3 that appointed someone at that time. Mm-hmm. So at the beginning of this year, we've again sent out the invitation.
Actually, can I just jump in there? You're quite correct. It was based on who adopted the invitation at the time. Before we get into what we're doing this year, I just wanted to point out that actually the group office has 3 really big pieces of work this year to undertake, and one of those is about Māori partnerships. And so we will have that conversation about what that looks like. It was certainly a point that Shane was very clear about in the submission from the group office, as Nick has already said. But yes, there is a big piece of work for the group office this year to talk about or to investigate what does partnerships look like with Māori going forward in the new system.
Just a supplementary comment, really, or asked, maybe it was included in the submission, but the other part of it is we throw our own money in there, our own resourcing, so we're not resourced on any of this, including right down to the marae and people's homes. So it's the other component of it. Resource comes with it at the cost of our settlement.
Agreed. Yep, I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just to help refine what Councillor McElroy has commented on is that there's a governance piece and an operation piece when it comes to iwi Māori. And I think the governance piece really needs to sit with the committee to clarify their representation through their terms of reference, which in 2002 it was an invitation to the PSGEs and Nikki on behalf of the Tai Whenua. So that was the intention back in 2022. What's in the current terms of reference, they will need to clarify the roles and responsibilities for those members. And then I guess for the submission, strongly support governance and the operations. So what does iwi participation look like in terms of management and in the office, the group office? So just supporting those two really strong themes that I hope were in the submissions, because that's what we gunned for last term also.
Absolutely.
So consistency matters in terms of the strength of what was in those submissions. Thank you.
Absolutely, Chair. Through you, Chair. Absolutely, those points were in the submission. The group submission actually picked up all of the points that we had made previously on the bill when it was first circulated. Nothing had changed in that respect. In terms of iwi Māori partnerships that I was talking about, that piece of work, that is two-tiered. There is a governance piece of work that Joint Committee will be undertaking this year. That includes the iwi Māori part, but also in terms of operations. Yes, so both of those are covered in the work programme.
Me now?
Councillor Parsons.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got probably two bits, because first of all, I just want to make a comment based on the iwi Māori stuff that we're talking about. Through my experience, I didn't see that there was any difference between who helped and how much money went into it and how much work people put into it. People came from all over New Zealand to help. In my community, it was the pub that fed God knows how many people each day. So I feel uncomfortable talking about this because all I saw was love from everybody, and I don't know if I agree with the differentiation of partnerships, because I think the community as a whole is going to be individual, and some of those communities didn't have a marae to have support because the maraes were underwater themselves, but we had other people helping, and so I think we've got to be really mindful of the community and their uniqueness. So that's just a comment, because it makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable that, there were a lot of other organisations that stepped in and helped, and I've just given you out a book that shows the rural community, the horticultural community, the building industry. They all got together and helped the farming community, for example. So there's lots of different, there's lots of different facets. We can't fund everything. I worked for free for 3 years and I didn't expect anything for that. Then I became a councillor. Silly me. But my question, so this is about whether this is, we mentioned before about if it's a regional event, then we're the group controllers, etc., and the flood might affect all of the different TAs. But if it's not, so say there's a flood in Napier or there's just a flood that affects Hastings, does the civil defence in those TAs, is that consistent with our expectations? So do we know that the civil defence is mirrored across the different TAs? Do we have any control over that? Like, do we know that actually Hastings District's going to be fine because...
So through you, Chair, that is not our role. That is the role of the Joint Committee. And the Joint Committee's role is to hold each other to account in terms of their ability to respond. There are minimum standards set in the service level agreement that they have all signed up to in terms of what level of response they need to have in-house in order to meet a response. There are minimum standards and they are working towards those.
Okay, and I guess getting back to what we talked about earlier was, do we get to see over that?
You absolutely have visibility of the service level agreement. What you don't have is the ability to audit their performance. That is the Joint Committee's role in doing so. There is an assurance piece that will work through the service level agreement and the transformation plan, and that assurance advisor's role is to make sure that the whole of system, because it's not just this bit and this bit, it's a whole of system approach is in place as we expect in the transformation plan and the service level agreement, and that reporting line is through to KEG and Joint Committee.
Okay. Any further questions? Councillor.
Look, I think where we've landed, Mr Chair, is a bit of a difference of view as to what a regional council role, and us as constituency members of it, how we can assist the process. And I disagree with the view that we can divorce the role of the group activity through our chair, who also chairs it, from our role as elected representatives from various constituencies. So in fulfilling that role, I'm suggesting that we do need line of sight on the activities of the group. That includes the transformation strategy, the service level agreements, and particularly the group plan, that we have line of sight on the deliverables within it, that we are able to, in our daily jobs as elected representatives, ground truth some of that, and if we see and feel and have feedback that doesn't reconcile with that, able to feed that through our representative, the chair, on that for consideration. Now, I don't see that as a conflict with governance role. It's simply us doing our job and providing that opportunity, particularly through this committee and its functions. I don't see that that's a problem for the governance of civil defence in the region. In fact, I think it's a significant advantage for that to take place.
Thank you. Any further questions? No, so thank you. Some good questions and very good answers there. So we'll just take the paper as received and reported, and can I have a mover? Councillor Kuzinski, seconder there. Would you like to speak on those? No, thank you. All in favour? Aye. No. Any against? Move. Thank you. Carried. Wonderful. So now we move to 4.11 and inviting Mike forward to present for us our ICT, our Information Communication Technology, and that's on 148, page 148. Kia ora, Mike.
Kia ora, councillors. For those of you who don't know me, Mike McGarvey. I've been in the seat since December last year, filling in for PIP. So, but I have been in and out of the council in various roles over the years. I'm not brand new. I'm just sort of new. So today I've presented a paper that sort of gives a bit of a highlight over across the portfolio of activities in ICT through a risk lens. So we're happy to take it as read. I'll just point out a couple of the major items there, if I may. Just on the program of work, the first thing you'll possibly notice is that it's extremely busy, and that in itself is a risk, potentially. So whilst I'm happy that I think we're well in control of it all and things are going reasonably well, we are actually attacking most parts of the ICT portfolio in this calendar year. So that's in itself something to look at. I think, though, once we get to the end of the year, our risk posture will be much improved. So that's the benefits of that. So just a couple of the bigger programs that I'll highlight. The first one, the IRIS Next Generation. Most of you will be aware what that is. It's a regional sector shared project to stand up software as a service application for most of our functionality in the regionals. It's in collusion with 10 other regional and unitary councils across New Zealand. We don't actually start our program in anger until Q4 next year, but we are already in preparatory phases for that, both on the data and the functional side of things. There's a lot of work going on there. It's a big project. It de-risks us significantly in our collection of specialised applications and things that we've built over the years to service the sector functionality specifically, and it rounds it up into a nice manageable application. Currently our portfolio is pretty good, actually. We've got some good stuff coming out, but it is high maintenance. It's highly intricate in the way it's all stuck together, and it requires some very specialised resources to look after it. So this program will, not 100%, but it goes a long way to removing that risk for us. We have to replace our rates system, so that's just simply an end-of-life thing. The decision was made last year to stick with the existing vendor and take their modernised software as a service product. So that's going pretty well. We're due to go live on that next Friday. We've got a no-go decision this Thursday on that. At this stage, we don't see any issues with that project, so hopefully that rolls through okay. And the other, I suppose, big one is the payroll remediation project. We discovered 2022 through some audits that we may not have been compliant with the Holidays Pay Act. Pip has already alluded to this earlier in the day. So where we're at with this, we've rolled through a number of sort of options, ascertain whether we can actually remediate the current system. If not, should we replace the system? And if we can replace the system, what do we replace the system with? And then in parallel with that, we need to ascertain what liability we may have out of the non-compliance that's been sitting there since 2022. Where we're at the moment is we have we have a preferred vendor. We are switching to a different vendor, and we are going through the process now of engaging with them to work out the commercial engagements on that. On the technical side, so we are unfortunately having to replace our entire technical, our data network. It's end of life, and this is the internal network as well as the external network. So it's quite a big re-platforming job. What it does do is offer us significantly better security features within those technologies. So when we look at the cyber security stance, we, with the more modern technology, we have more options to improve that cyber security stance. So whilst it's a lot of work, it's going to give us some other benefits out the back as well. And the cyber security program itself, quite a few of the components within that stack of cyber security controls and I suppose capabilities that we are looking at. We've got some compliance tools that are probably out of date now. We're going to review that and look to improve. We're going to probably review the vendor we use for our security operations centre. These are the people we bring in if we have an incident to help us with specific expertise, improving our identity and access management, and switching on some better tools for our data security as well. So those are the sort of highlights of the program. I'm happy to take any questions if anything specific is required.
Thank you, Mike. And just before we do, to mention that there is sensitivity around a lot of the detail. So should we need to, we will have to go into public excluded if you would like further information, or we could bring that to you at a later date. Yep. Floor is open for any questions. Councillor.
Point 28.4, you're moving your critical systems managing hydrology and pump control to a resilient high site in partnership with Napier City Council. Can I learn more about that, please?
So currently we have a facility at Guppy Road, at our depot in Guppy Road, which is working quite well, but it's effectively on a quite low part of the terrain. Napier City Council are already moving their data centre and SCADA equipment to a high site. Theirs is currently down in Te Awa. They've offered us the use of that facility to put our critical equipment in, which is a bit of a no-brainer, given they're going to do it anyway and they've invited us to be there. So it just gets our feet out of the potential water, I suppose, with our critical equipment. It's a good opportunity.
Councillor Parsons, thank you.
My favourite subject, a hazard portal upgrade. Sorry, Nick. Just a quick question on that. So it's for the public to see if they're at risk for flooding, etc.
Yeah.
Would it also be used if you were looking at maybe insurance, or you were looking at a property that you were looking to buy, and you'd go on that portal and think, or yes, or... I mean, I know that they have to be kind of separate because one's commercial in regards to insurance, but is it that the intention as well, or is it just for safety?
It is open to, through your chair. It's open to the public for whatever use they deem valid to themselves. When I was moving to the Hawke's Bay, I did exactly that. I looked it up and chose to live on a hill.
Good.
So, and then the more data, one of the purposes of this upgrade is to improve performance and reliability of the service, because it is quite vulnerable and creaky at the moment, technical terms, but also to improve the data layers that we have in there and start adding more in We do believe that insurers themselves look at the data to inform their own rating algorithms. Insurance is a risk-based game, so that's another fair use case.
Charging them to get in there.
It's not a bad idea.
So, just to clarify, so the hazard portal, is this new? Is the upgrade, or has that always been something that we've had access to?
It's been in place for, I understand, about 5 years. I think it's been considered a very good asset over the year. I think we were leading when we first stood it up. Yeah, it's just, as Pip said, it's just getting a bit old. Technology's old, but there's also some data and functionality that we can improve on as well. So
I just wondered maybe it's more popular now because of the cyclone, because I wouldn't have known about it, to be honest.
I think that through your chair, there's a move from central government to require all councils now to make data and information available on hazard and risks. And so the portal's a really good way of us being able to do that. And so people can make the best informed decisions that they possibly can in the future.
Chair, I'll just say we do get some reporting on hazard portal usage. It is our most popular sort of hit, I think, from memory, and I can validate this and send through the data because it's interesting. Roughly 12,000 looks per quarter and a couple of thousand reports. You can download the risk profile for your own individual property from that portal. It's produced overnight and sent to your email, and we get roughly a couple of thousand of those produced per quarter as well.
Do you charge for that, or is that a free service?
No, that is a free service.
An opportunity for you. Amazing, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Councillor Van
thanks, Mike, for your report. Just maybe I'm missing a trick here. The BCP, the Business Continuity Planning report, ICT is actually not mentioned as one specific item that we're looking resilience for, but I see a lot of parts that you're broken up into, like payroll, and then there is flood resilience and so forth. Is there a reason that we have done that? Is that you're actually not a specific chapter in the BCP?
I think what we've done is the BCP identifies essential functions that will be available, and we put more effort into keeping essential functions up. Underneath that, so for example, GIS is deemed an essential function. We would treat the ICT platform will be treated separately for that, well, differently for that application. So we'll have duplicate GISs, we'll have resilient pathways, we'll have multiple, perhaps extra work around that application. So that's where we play. So to Pip's point before, we kind of support all of that.
Yeah.
And we will respond to the BCP requirements with a resilience and an SLA to suit the particular application or function.
So, subsequent question, Mr. Chair, through you. So if we have a cyber incident, that will, almost everything we do as an organisation will be affected. So is that not a critical point of a BCP?
Yeah, we have a separate sub-function called our critical response team, specifically for cyber attacks. So that stands up whenever we have an attack, and it forms part of, if we have to go to business continuity because of a wider outage, then that goes and escalates up to that point at that stage. So there's different stages you walk through until you get to a full switch on of a BCP in that sense.
Okay, I see a finger going up in my left corner.
Can't help myself when we talk tech.
Thank you.
So the BCP, in a way, indicates a hierarchy of needs. So if there is a cyber attack that takes out everything, this is what we will focus on standing up.
Okay.
As opposed to all the other bits and bobs that we keep running. So yes, ICT is necessarily split out into these different things because these are the hierarchy of needs of this organisation if it does come under attack. If these things, to Mike's point, these are the BCP functions. We have our own incident management plan if there is a cyber attack, which tells us what we have to do as an ICT function to respond to that. So yeah, we'd be dual hatting in that situation.
Thank you. Councillor McIntosh.
Yeah, look, I could have asked this at any time during the whole meeting, actually, but AI, Pip, you covered this briefly before in the context of not having a lot of resource to devote to it right now, but it's the sort of game changer of our time. And do we have some overarching strategy to determine the extent to which AI can be beneficial to our operations? And given the scale of that question, is local government or anyone like that looking at it? Now, I know it's a bit out of left field, that question, but it's relevant to this as much as it is to anything else.
It is a really big question, and I'm sure Mike will have thoughts on this as well, so I'll start and then probably hand over. I always keep going back to the two. There's always two ways to approach a problem. A lot of the tools that we use our vendors are building AI into them. So we will inherit AI capability through the tools that we fund through our annual licence fees. So a number of the software tools that our teams use, the AI capability within there will start to mature, and we place our vendors under quite a lot of pressure around those roadmaps and understanding what tools will be made available. So we can expect to see greater AI just through the use of the tools. AI internally is a bit more of a difficult topic to tackle, just because of the time and cost, I would say, in terms of looking into it in more detail. And AI really is only as good as the data that sits underneath it. It is fed by data, it learns from data, and at the moment a lot of our data is siloed in its own different and discrete application. Our approach is first step on this journey is bring those data sources together so that these types of large language models can start to interrogate across different data sets. So that's really where we're at in terms of the first phase of internal AI capability. In answer to your question around what's happening at the industry level, I'll probably pass to Mike a bit, because there is quite a lot of discussion around these pilots. What can we do as a sector? Where can we collaborate to bring that cost of participation down, yet all benefit? So I'll just quickly pass to Mike.
Yeah, thanks, through the chair. So I sit on what's called the Digital Solutions Group, which is all the CIOs from the regional and unitary sector, I think, yeah. And part of what we've done is set up a special interest group for AI. So they're tasked, and there's a bunch of sort of architects and relatively bright people tasked with coming up with a policy around AI in our sector, how it should be used, and perhaps some frameworks and some leaders for its use as well. So that's going on in the background. There's quite a bit of work being done on it, but it is a moving feast constantly, and we've done a lot of policy work in the background that sort of changes month by month. But we are working quite tightly together on it. It's quite a useful forum for us all, I think. So we're not working in isolation. That's the important point to know.
Yes, Chris, can I just make a sort of supplementary question to that? Look, 99% of this goes completely over my head, but a sort of slight niggle I have in what you're saying is that we are a bit constrained by our own resource to be able to action it as quickly as we might like. And probably a bit more in your answer, it would be it's of such importance, we kind of do need to find a way around that, and if that's easier done through collaboration with others, easier funded through collaboration with others, so be it. But I prefer it wasn't a constraining factor with us getting it on board.
Yeah, I wouldn't say we're not on board. I mean, there are a lot of use cases in play today, so we're not saying don't use AI, we're saying do use AI within policy and restrictions. So it's happening, and we've got a bunch of use cases, including Lagoima and things like that are being closely looked at. So don't think we're not advancing, we really are. But it's when you say to get to it, what is it? What are we asking for in the first place? Is it just some policy, or is it some structure, or have we got some real use cases we can say let's manage AI into that particular business process.
You know, that's part of the brief, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a sort of big question in many ways, because it pervades everything we do, and it's probably going to be useful in everything we do at some point. So it's just trying to define when we say what is our position on AI. That's quite a big question. Yeah. But don't think we're not pushing, because we are. Yeah.
So really to summarise our position, so firstly we do have an AI policy for HBRC. Our posture is very much, we're incredibly supportive of its use, and AI licences are available to our staff if they're able to provide the funding, and we've put in place some really clear guardrails. We've done AI training across a large number of our staff. We have done the identification of, I would say, grassroots business cases for those people who participated in training. We have a register of the different business cases. I argue this is not an ICT problem to solve. This is a bigger opportunity. AI is not a technology thing. It is a tool for everybody. And then our way of tackling it very much is sort of, as I said, vendor innovation. You know, the Microsofts of the world and our bigger vendors are investing heavily in this, and we will benefit from that investment. Secondly, the sector approach, which will bring that cost efficiencies of scale, really, of partnering with, because we're not facing unique challenges necessarily across the sector. So partnering in terms of the groups that Mike belongs to. And then thirdly, the work that we're doing at the data layer, which involves the Iris Next Gen project and bringing our data sources not necessarily together, but allowing something to sit on top of them that will stitch them together to be interrogated by AI. So I hope that makes sense. Yes. I love it. You love it. I do. So lots happening, but without, I do say without, I mean, you know, hand on heart, without a targeted innovation funding pathway and workstream, progress is necessarily slower.
Thank you.
Sounded like a plea almost.
Councillor McElroy.
Question, I think it's around infrastructure shared services and the shared server hosting. So just can you explain how Regional Council is managing its reliance on ICT systems and shared services with Hastings District Council to ensure critical operation can continue if something goes wrong? So the ones in the servers where everything's stored, so it's over there in Hastings. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, so through the chair, what we currently do, most of our applications sit in a data centre in Auckland, actually, in Takanini, and we back them up to various locations. What we're proposing to do is save about 50% of the money we spend on that facility by moving our applications to Hastings, most of them. In order to provide resilience, and Hastings has a model whereby they will explain back to us what their SLA is for uptime and for resilience in that sort of environment. But where we have critical applications that we say, right, okay, we need a greater level of resilience, we'll have another copy of that application in the cloud, probably in Azure in Auckland or somewhere geographically separate from here. And we're going to go through a risk exercise to identify all of those applications that require geo-separation in order to make sure that they're resilient.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we've got multiple communications paths to them via satellite backups and that sort of thing as well. So,
thank you, Jasmine. Feeling like AI and IT nerds now.
Just to follow on through you, Chair, on Mike's point, because I can't help myself, sorry. But the business case for the shared service with Hastings is compelling. It is roughly expected to save our region as a total for all participants, 8.4 million over 5 years. We're very excited about it, but also very pragmatic about it, understanding the risk that to mitigate any risk about putting critical infrastructure in region, ensuring it has a backup or don't move it at all. So as Mike said, we will be looking at that really closely.
Yes, happy to move, Chair, when you're ready.
Keep going if you like. There's no more.
No more further questions? Thank you. So were you happy to move?
Happy to move.
Thank
yeah.
you. Second, would you like to speak on those?
Say thank you.
Thank you. And if we can just have the motion, everyone approve the motion?
We say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Very
You declined? Carried. Thank you. We're now going to move to 5.1, which is our public excluded. So this is now where we exclude our public. The finance.
I'll move the motion that we exclude the public.
Thank you.
And we've got a seconder here next to me.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Sears and Van Bacon Sears. The Finance and Audit and Emergency Committee excludes the public from this section of the meeting by agenda item 5.1, litigation overview and update, with the general subject of the item to be considered while the public is excluded, the reasons for passing the resolution, and the specific grounds under section 48.1 of Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987R, and the subjects of the item litigation overview and update, specific grounds of Lagoma section 48.1, S7 2G to prevent disclosure of information that is legally privileged, rationale for excluding the public. The matters being discussed may be potentially be subject to litigation, and the council has engaged legal advisors to provide advice on associate issues. So I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank those who have liked